might be stored inside of a Windows OS. So there's a very large group of attackers that are working on software to gain access to your Windows system. There's also a very large group of cybersecurity professionals that are dedicated to protecting this operating system. You also have the challenge of Microsoft Windows supporting many different types of hardware. It is the responsibility of the hardware manufacturer to write driver software that will work properly with this operating system. Some manufacturers have very good drivers, some manufacturers don't. So this might give you some challenges when you're trying to integrate new hardware into your system, and challenges to be able to support this hardware over the long term. This is the Windows 11 operating system, and there are consistencies that you will begin to see across these different OSs. For example, on this desktop, you can see there are a number of applications available. We have a bar at the bottom that shows us available applications that we can quickly start. There's also status information on the screen, and there is a recycle bin. And of course, we could add other icons to this desktop as well. Linux is an operating system that is absolutely free. This is open source software that is created and maintained by thousands of individuals all over the world. When you install Windows 11, you're installing an operating system that is exactly the same as any other Windows 11 you would install. But with Linux, there are different distributions of Linux. Sometimes these distributions are focused on performing a set of very specific tasks. Sometimes these distributions are designed for general use. Generally, you would install the Linux distribution that fit best with your needs. One of the significant advantages of Linux is there's no cost to use it. There's no cost to purchase the operating system. There's no ongoing maintenance, no monthly fees that you would have to pay. Linux also works on almost any hardware you might find, and there is a very large user community that can help with supporting this software. Since we're relying on knowledgeable individuals to help maintain this operating system, you may find that newer hardware or newer laptops may not be 100% compatible with the Linux distribution that you're using. And it may be a challenge to find the right driver to be able to use this new hardware. And although there are many places online to get support for your Linux software, there's no one Linux company you would go to provide any type of technical support. You would need to use this community of individuals to help support the Linux distribution that you're using. Here's a screenshot from a Linux desktop, and you can see there are a number of similarities to the Windows desktop that we were seeing. There are a large number of icons on the front screen. We have a taskbar here, but it's on the left side instead of being on the bottom. You could, of course, move this to the bottom if you would like. And there are a number of search bars and buttons on the screen that are very similar to what you would find in Windows or other operating systems. And one of the other large operating systems that you will undoubtedly run into in your administrative tasks is Apple's Mac OS. Mac OS is a desktop that runs on Apple hardware exclusively. It's not one that you can simply install on any machine that you might find. One of the things that Mac OS is very well known for is its ease of use. And certainly Mac OS is well known for its user interface and overall usability. The hardware that Mac OS runs on is hardware that is available exclusively from Apple. And since Apple manufactures the hardware and then writes the operating system for that same hardware, the entire system is very compatible. Mac OS is also designed for security in mind, and you may find fewer security concerns with Mac OS as compared to something like Linux or Windows. But these advantages can also be disadvantages. If you can only run Mac OS on Apple hardware, then you'll need to purchase that hardware from Apple. You're not able to run Mac OS on other non-Apple hardware devices. There are also fewer people using Mac OS than using something like Windows. So we tend to see more industry support for Windows than we do Mac OS simply because of the number of people using those operating systems. And since Mac OS runs exclusively on Apple hardware, it tends to have a higher initial hardware cost. Here's a screenshot from the desktop of Mac OS, and as you can tell, it is very similar to a Windows or a Linux desktop. We have a workspace on the desktop itself. There's a bar at the bottom where we can start different applications, and you can see icons and buttons on the screen that are very similar to those other operating systems. Another OS that has taken a bit of a departure from the traditional operating system is Chrome OS. Chrome OS was created by Google, and although it's based on the Linux kernel, it does have a different look and feel than using a traditional Linux operating system. The objective of Chrome OS was to have most of the operating system revolve around the browser itself. In this case, the browser is the one made by Google, which is Chrome, and that of course is why this is the Chrome OS. Most of the applications that you will use in Chrome OS are inside of that browser. Chrome OS was designed to be a relatively straightforward operating system with a minimum amount of overhead. There are many different manufacturers making hardware for Chrome OS, and many of these are laptop-based systems. Because most of these applications are running in a browser, there is a significant network connectivity requirement. You need to have connection to the cloud to be able to run these cloud-based applications, and if you don't have connectivity, you're not able to use those apps. iPadOS includes a desktop browser, specifically Safari, which is a different version than what you might find on an iPhone. You also support a second monitor through the use of a function known as Sidecar. There's also keyboard support, multitasking, and much more that supports the hardware that iPadOS is based on. Although it looks very similar, the operating system that runs on Apple's iPhones are actually a different operating system known as Apple iOS. Unlike Linux, which is an open source operating system, all of the Apple operating systems are closed source. You do not have access to the source code of iOS. And iOS is an operating system that will only run on Apple hardware. If you want to develop applications for iPadOS, iOS, or even macOS, then you'll need to use Apple's Software Developers Kit that runs on the macOS operating system. Before these applications you write are available in the Apple App Store, they need to be tested and approved by Apple directly. Once Apple approves them, they're available in the App Store where anyone can purchase and download to use on their iOS or iPadOS devices. Of course, the other large manufacturer of software for mobile devices is Google through the use of Google Android. Google Android is maintained by a consortium of companies known as the Open Handset Alliance. And Android itself is an open source operating system that's based on Linux. Unlike iOS or iPadOS, which only runs on Apple hardware, Google Android is supported by many different manufacturers, and there are many different types of hardware available that can use Google Android. You can develop apps for Google Android using Windows, macOS, and Linux using Android Software Developers Kit. You can also make those apps available from the Google Play Store and a number of third-party sites as well. These different manufacturers of operating systems have different deployment and support requirements. For example, end of life is something we should always be aware of when using an operating system, and different companies will set different standards for end of life. For example, the end of life requirements for Apple products will be very different than those created for Microsoft products. One thing that is very similar across all of these different operating systems is the requirement to keep these OSs updated with the latest version of software. This not only ensures the operating system will run at peak efficiency, it also ensures that security patches are always updated in the OS. But just because these different operating systems run on different hardware and the operating systems are written by different organizations doesn't necessarily mean there isn't some type of compatibility.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are y'all doing today? Yeah, got the whole crew here this morning. Aaliyah, Charles, Elaine, Brian, Dapper San, and Kevin. Woo-hoo. Woot, woot. Welcome to the party. So before class, as we get close to exam day, I like to just start playing some videos, jog some memory, you know what I mean? Shake up some of that knowledge and see where we're at. There's nothing wrong with it. Just to have it in the background. For those that are here this morning, thank you for being here. Thanks for waking up. Thanks for the challenges you may have in your life right now, but you seem to put class first in order to change your situation and or change your life. And that's what we're here for. We're always pushing through. Don't forget to clock in the class this morning, man. Yeah, those precious minutes. We don't want them to be given away. Morning, Michael. We don't want them to be given away to somebody else. Back to the school. We want you to have them so you can pass the course. All right. Yesterday, we had a very busy day yesterday. What we need to do today is get through at least one attempt of the final exam. What's today, Thursday? Yeah. Final exam is due Tuesday for the class. So sometime today, we'll probably do that later around 11 or so. At least take like an hour or so to try to attempt whatever grade you get and submit whatever grade you get. Just to get something. If it's under the 80%, I say get as close to 80 as you can. Because if you can, it just shows that you're proficient in the information, you're kind of understanding it. Though you may still need to work a couple of things out in comprehension, still shows me that you're understanding what's going on. If you're short of that and you need it for your grade to go higher to pass the course, then attempt it again and resubmit. It's about as simple as it gets, right? It's about as simple as it gets. All right. So this morning, we're just going to jump right into it. We got a lot of info to cover. So, we're going to pick up where we left off, and we're going to do a review as we go along. How about that? So I might ask you some questions from yesterday just to see where your knowledge base is. Pretty cool? Pretty cool. Now, I understand that you're still waking up, so I'll ask some questions, and if I get the glossy-eyed look, I'll try to help you out. But here we go. We're continuing our conversation from yesterday. Yeah, day 6. We ended the day talking about external threats, internal threats, footprinting, and spoofing. There's also one more we put on here that went along with footprinting a network. Footprinting a network. Can anybody remember the term, what it would be if I'm trying to get information on a device? Footprinting is to a network as blank is to getting info on, dang it, he's quick. How'd you do that with the blanket around you? I didn't see your hands move. Boy, that man's quick. All right. So it is fingerprint. When we are doing our threat identification and mitigation, you'll always have to identify the type of attack in each incident, propose immediate remediation for that, and then recommend long-term strategies to prevent the incidents. Now in cybersecurity and getting hacked, I believe I said good morning to Martin. If I didn't, I apologize. I believe that it is not a thing where if you get hacked, people are trying to hack you all day. It's when they actually become successful to hack you, and then they're in your system. That's what you're trying to prevent. We are trying to harden a network. Somebody, if you like to type, please tell me your perspective of hardening. Anytime you hear that going forward, hardening, how do you feel about that word? What's going to do for you? Martin says more secure. Elaine says increased security. Correct. Michael says correct. Mr. T says close and monitor every port possible. Correct. All of those are right. And then many more, right? And many more. So you're trying to make that hacker or script kiddie or that person who's an amateur just give up on you and go to somebody else who's easier. That's basically the whole point of it all. All right. With wireless security, it poses its own set of challenges. Okay. Now, just don't download RAM, RAM. Download RAM, I missed that one. Am I slow? Did I miss something? Are you talking about the virus that takes up your RAM? Oh, for my own work. Okay, gotcha. I was like, ooh, he about to teach me something new. Oh, you can't download Rowan. Mr. T. He's so slick this morning. All right. So we're going to look at, quiz question. Which layer of the open systems interconnection model talks about transmitting data via wireless, wired, wired ones and zeros? Three's IP. Okay, we're talking about physical medium of transmission. It's being transmitted through the medium of wireless or cable. Physical layer, you're correct, Kevin. Boom. Yep, that's the very first layer. Ones and zeros. All right, hubs are on that too. So as a reminder, 1 talks about physical medium of transmission. How's it going? 2, it is the MAC layer. 2, MAC deals with MAC switches. Switches live at that. Okay, there's 2 sublayers. Did I tell y'all the acronym? Please do not throw sausage pizza away. Please do not throw sausage pizza away. For real though, because it's good when it's cold as well. Second that. Now, this is a good way to remember it. Please, physical, don't data link, throw transport, right? Sausage, session, pizza, presentation, away, application. All right. Then you're the user. You're layer 8. You're the unofficial layer. So please don't throw sausage pizza away. And I started from 1 going to 7. So that means everything for wireless and wireless security. Now we're looking at the physical layer of transmission. Okay. But it's also going to have the security of the transport layer and data link layers are going to come in here. So you got 1 through 4 that's actually coming into play here. A couple of questions we're going to ask ourselves or try to solve. Which wireless encryption method should be used with WPA2 and WPA3? What typical protocol is used with AES? What protocol replaces the 4-way handshake with WPA3? Yeah, there's a 4-way handshake for WPA3. And which enterprise authentication method is typically used on wireless networks? So now when we look at it with wireless security protocols, you have Wi-Fi protected access. Wi-Fi protected access. If you take the initials, you might have seen this before when you're setting up your routers. Does that look familiar? WPA, right? Mm-hmm. And then you have WPS, all right? So with this Wi-Fi protected access, this is a way that you'll be able to access the router and the Wi-Fi. You have your authentication methods that you're going to use. If you need to join wireless access points, okay? This is interchangeable. You're going to see these two names, okay? If you hear somebody say WAP, wireless access point, they mean Wi-Fi. I don't mean Cardi B, okay? WAP, wireless access point. The reason why this is so important is because when you're talking a lingo and you need to troubleshoot some things, Wi-Fi is typically used when you're talking about somebody in a SOHO environment, okay? Small business, because you got just many connecting to a one. Wireless access points are used in an enterprise environment because you have to put these wireless access points in what they call infrastructure mode, right? So they all can be controlled by an Active Directory or software-defined network, right? Something that control all the access points and bridge them all together, so it's a seamless transition of the signal throughout the organization. So there's a difference on what type of security or what mode that a router can be put in or a wireless access point. You have your routers at home are actually pretty versatile. At any time, if you log into your router, Michael says, can you repeat about the small home network? Yes, I can. The term Wi-Fi is usually used for SOHO, small businesses and home. Because now we're thinking, oh, okay, we know what your use is for that. WAPs come into conversation, or that term comes into conversation for enterprise, because everything that you're going to be doing with the wireless access point in the enterprise will be geared toward authentication, authorization, and accounting, Wi-Fi security, and infrastructure mode. So all of these wireless access points can work together seamlessly. Okay, so those two terms. Now, are they the same? Yes, they are. We're just talking about conversation-wise or troubleshooting-wise. That's the disparity. With Wi-Fi protected access, WPA, all right? That's where you see it right here, WPA1, WPA2, WPA3, that's right there. A wireless LAN needs encryption to block unauthorized access. The cool thing about a wired network, okay, is that the protocols are assigned via what layer on a wired network. It's really nothing that you really have to think about. They're just, as it goes down the stack of layers, this layer typically tells you what protocol you're going to use to transport that information. Ports and protocols, which layer is responsible for that? Correct. It is layer 4. All right. That's when you get terms like, is this data going to travel TCP or UDP? Are you using SSH port 22 or are you using 2021? Things of that nature, right? When you're using wireless, every time you expand a network outside of a wired ad hoc connection, point to point, you just added another layer of vulnerability. That's why when it comes to wireless access points, these protocols need to be put in place to give you that extra layer of security, because all of this is in the air. At least if it's in a wire, it's going point to point. You really don't have to worry about it. You do, but you don't. Wireless, anybody could snatch it out of the air within a radius of that signal. Makes sense? So as we look through these, you'll have a couple of protocols here. So you have what they call TKIP. Okay? TKIP is Temporal Key Internet Protocol. Temporal Key. It used to be a time when Wi-Fi just came into play. They used to trust everybody who was on it. It says, oh, we'll just have one key that we share, and it's passed back and forth through the whole conversation. Right? Just like you have a public key and a private key. So you have symmetric and asymmetric. So this is, asymmetric is 1, right? Asymmetric means it takes a 2-key pair to go back and forth. So they trusted everybody and said, oh, we just need a asymmetric key, 1 key to go back and forth through the whole conversation, and we're good, and that'll keep us safe. Wrong. Until somebody got an algorithm that timed the key going back and forth, they snatched the key out the air and cracked it. So you could crack a wireless access point that uses TKIP probably in less than 20 seconds. I have a device that could do it. I have a USB Wi-Fi dongle specifically for Kali Linux. And I demonstrated it in class. It's a tool. You have to use it. It's a specific one. You just can't buy one and use it. You can buy one off Amazon for $15 if you want to get one. It specifically breaks and cracks TKIP. All right? Takes 15 seconds. And then I'm in. So, TKIP was deprecated. Now, if you start hearing this word deprecated, that means it was exploited. It is no longer valid. We do not recognize this as a legitimate security feature. So it's deprecated. Then what came along is WEP, right? Wireless encryption protection. And then it was replaced by AES. Now AES, asymmetric. Here we go. Web legacy encryption system used a RC4 cipher. The flaw in web is key production. Easy to attack and generate a key. So it's deprecated. Then he came up with WPA based on the RC4 standard. Adds TKIP to fix security problem. Then WPA2 came along, developed to meet the 802.11i security standard. WPA2 uses CCMP. So CCMP is better than WPA. And then you have AES, which is right here. More complex and better security. But then with WPA3 came out with simultaneous authentication of equals, which is resistance to dictionary tags. You have to use this, or can use this, in enterprise mode, and it uses protected management frames. That's a lot to say, but how can I break it down for you guys to really understand it? As you see, as this progresses, each one has basically gotten better. Who wants to look up AES for me and tell me the acronym for that? While you guys are doing that, can a cable tester intercept access points? It cannot. It's just strictly there to test the cable. Now, anything can be altered. We're saying that if you're using it for what it's being used for, no. Can it be altered? Sure. All right. Advanced encryption standard, okay? So that's what it means. So as this has gotten better, we move from a key production where a cipher, and to understand a cipher, let me put it to you this way. A cipher does nothing more than take human readable text and turn it into unreadable text. That's all it does. Human readable text is now turned into unreadable text. Hashing uses the cipher and or algorithm to generate a key based off of the information that you have there. Let's put it this way. It counts so many blocks of data and then it adds another bit in there. Counts so many blocks of data, adds another bit in there. Counts so many blocks of data, adds another bit in there. Takes all of that, scrambles it, and gives you a key. So if I have a document with 200 characters in it, right, and I put it into a cipher, it generates a key. If I go back and edit that data and add one letter, I don't care what it is, just something, a period, an exclamation mark, a space, and I have to regenerate a key. The new key will not match the old one because I've added something. So the integrity of the file has changed. That's what a hash does for you. You'll see in IT, when you download stuff, especially with images, there is a hash that is in the file. There's a hash actually connected to the Linux image you downloaded for Kali in the document file. There's a hash there. All right. Let me show you something here. All right, Messer.
Documents, spreadsheets.
Doink. Let's do this. There's hash generators. There's an MD5. These are all hashes. Right? These are hash generators. Now, these are the ones you'll see in Network Plus and possibly on the 1102, 1202. MD5, SHA-1, SHA-3, and SHA-256, and then they have one higher than that one. Okay? But the basic hash generator, you can go to md5hashgenerator.com. This hash generator is useful for encoding password, credit card numbers, and sensitive data into SQL databases. PHP, we saw that yesterday. Personal home pages, that's what we used to call it. ASP programmers. Now, this is what you do. It's created by taking a string of any length and encoding it into 128-bit fingerprint. All right? The algorithm will always result in the same 28-bit hash output when you compare it. All right, so the numbers should be the same. This tool provides a quick and easy way to encode it up to 256 characters. That's how you get this SHA-256, right? You have SHA, there is 128. It's the multiplication on how many times you need to encode that, right? So if you see something that says MD5 hash generator, typically some of them start at 52 to 54-bit, and then they multiply the encoding on how many times they want to do it. And it can add up to 256. Or some out there are 512. So it's the round of encoding that it does in order to get that bit cycle. Y'all understand that? so it can keep going. So if we wanted to generate a hash on something, I could put something in here. Boom. It just generated a hash based off this garbage I just put in here. If I were sending this as a file to Michael, right, I would generate the hash, save this, give it a file name, send it to Michael, and then I would copy this, and then I would drop it. Oh, I can't move it over, dang it. I would copy it and send this along with the file to Michael. So when he receives this file, he can upload or verify the hash through a tool, all right? So I can encode and or decode the file. So now what Michael can do is load the file, it'll come up, hit decode, and that string better be the same that I gave him, letter by letter, number by number. Does that make sense? That's how he knows that the integrity of the file is still there. Nothing's changed. So it's creating, and basically, yes, Elaine, it's creating a signature verification to say that nothing in this document has been altered. If Michael notices one digit is off, he is not to open that file. He is not to install it because he does not know what is in it. All right. So that's why he'd have to be very, very careful. And in IT, you have to be very careful and always verify the hash. I have a story. I'm gonna make it quick though, because we gotta get moving. I was downloading a new image. So the image that Nellis had on their servers to image computers off Pixie for the network, the servers went down. Okay, so nobody could actually use that image for like months. So I went straight to what they call AFCEDS, Air Force something repository or whatever, AFCEDS, AFCEDS. It is a repository for all Air Force approved software and images. I had to go there to get all the tar files. Y'all remember what tar means? You'll start hearing tar and rar, right? And gzip, right? Those are very highly compressed files for Linux, right? Now, it's not strictly used for Linux, but is great to load packages in Linux, okay? So I had to take 68 gigs over 12 tar files and compile them all together. With each download, there was a hash I had to verify to make sure they were not messed with. And I was like, man, I know all these are right, but let me just go through it. Well, when I got to the sixth one, that was like 2 gigs, I compared the hashes didn't match. It was compromised. I had to call Assets and tell them to pull that image because the hashes don't match. And they had to build a new one. But being in a military network, I didn't know what was in it. It could have been something that brought down the whole military network. I'm just exaggerating here. But it could have did something and lived in the system for years. So you don't want to do that. All right. So RC4 is a cipher. We saw that what hashes do. You SHA-256, MD5, SHA-1, SHA-3, right? These are all basically, and you heard this word before, CRC checksums. If you hear all of these together on the exam, They're all the same. Don't they all work sort of the same? Cyclic redundancy check is in packets that move around. They check the hash to make sure that they're legitimate. A hash is what makes sure it's legitimate. Error checking makes sure something's legitimate in memory, right? And you're just verifying it. So these all can be used interchangeably. All right. So WPA2 was created, and we see here. So let's back up a little bit. This is how you're going to use it. And I'll show you a video too to reinforce this. AES secures WPA2, WPA3. These are the second and third generation of wireless network security. WPA3 adds simultaneous authentication of equals and what they call GCMP. WPA2 uses CCMP, meaning that they encrypt the frames that are being transported. They encrypt the frames to make sure if they are pulled out of the air and try to be reassembled and used, it cannot, because the encryption that's put on those is so high, there's no way you can crack it. You can't see what's in it. So basically what I'm saying is WPA3 will encrypt frame by frame. Now, layer 1, bits. Layer 2 of the OSI model, frames. Oops, put an asterisk or @ sign, frames. Layer 3, packets. Layer 4, segments. This is how data travels, y'all. During encapsulation, going down the stack to layer 1, segments, packets, frames, bits, gone. Ones and zeros being transmitted over the wire. When it comes into a computer server or the other item that it's looking for to request information, it decapsulates at layer 1 and goes up the stack. Comes in as bits and on layer 1. Then it gets framed out. Then the packets come in, and then the segments. Package creates full segments of data so they can be processed. You don't need to know that till Network Plus, but as we are talking about this stuff, you have to know some background of this to understand it. Okay? So when they're talking about frames, they're talking about what's happening at layer 2, where the switches live when they're moving information. Packets, you'll see when it comes to the router at layer 3. Layer 4, it's the segments. That's where it signs TCP, UDP, and protocols that you're using, ports and protocols. And you will also find your encryption standard. Bingo. Look at what we're looking at. The transport layer. That's why it's important to know why you're using Wi-Fi protected access and wireless encryption standard, because it has to be assigned to the packets when they're getting transmitted wirelessly on layer 1, either through a wire or through the airwaves. Does that make sense, everybody? All right. I know I had to slow that down. I didn't want to talk fast through that because this is very crucial. So Wi-Fi authentication, you can have an open network, meaning you don't have nothing being used, and you're crazy if you're doing that. Personal network, that's your home network. In a SOHO network, you're usually going to use WPA2, pre-shared key, or WPA3, simultaneous authentication of equals. Okay? Here, pre-shared key being passed back and forth. Between the keys being passed back and forth, another key is generated, which is a secret key, and nobody knows what that is. Here, they took it a step further to say, not only is this good, but when that data is framed out at layer 2, we're now going to encrypt each frame that is being moved. So now we're having extra security. All right. Here it is. WPA2 is the shared passphrase with the 4-way handshake, but it can be cracked. That's why WPA3 uses 128-bit keys and perfect forward secrecy. Meaning, if you intercept that data, the hacker doesn't have the key. I'm the one requesting information. I don't have the key. Kevin is supposed to get it. He never gets it. He doesn't have the key. That's what they call perfect forward secrecy. Right? It's like you opened up a chest to put it on a ship. You put everything in it. It gets put on the ship to go overseas. And then after Michael packed that container, he walked over to a kiln and he dropped the keys in there and they vaporized. Well, what if the ship never left the dock and they say, hey, Michael, you got to get your stuff off of here. He's like, I can't get into it. Well, what do you mean you can't get into it? I locked it. Well, I transported it. I sent it on its way. Mike's like, I don't have the keys. I'm like, well, how are we going to get it open? Mike's going to be like, hey, that's lost. Ain't nothing we can do about it. I don't even need it anymore, right? He has to pack a brand new file to be transmitted. Brand new to send it again. So that's what we're looking at. WPA3 transition mode is backwards compatible, but reduces security. Access points may label methods as WPA2 personal or WPA3. So when you go into the settings of the router to assign the security, you can put these combinations. Typically, this is what you're going to see. And as far as the CompTIA exam is concerned, this is what you're going to see. Now, for authentication, personal, these are the modes you're going to use, personal mode or enterprise. If you use personal mode, as you would use at home or a solo, that's why they pair it with a pre-shared key. Cannot completely secure the distribution of the key. That's why it can be intercepted as well. It's just like TKIP, you have more of a risk for it to be intercepted. They can use an algorithm, pull it from the airwaves, and try to crack the key. You may not be secure with using that passphrase, and all users use the same key. There's no accounting. It's hard to change the key, but it's a simple setup. This is what you're pulling out of the box when Cox sends you your wireless access point for the house. It's an unmanaged device. It's very low level. They want you to plug it in. This is already set up in your device. Okay? Now, enterprise is managed. You have to put a little bit more effort into it. So you're going to put that router in enterprise mode or that wireless access point. And the reason why you want to do that is this. If, I think you guys are going to pick this up, NFS, Network File System, or NTFS, New Technology File System, has this one security feature that's dope. I have to manage this in order to give people the right to use a resource. When you put a wireless access point in enterprise mode, Now that wireless access point will share that same principle. What is it? What is the principle? Network file system or new technology file system. Lots of files, lots of resources, managing a lot of devices on an Active Directory or an LDAP. I need to make sure people have the right to be there. So what am I managing in order for them to use something or be involved in something? That's one half of it. Access control list, aka firewall. What is the other ones? Where I can control everybody's blank from a console. Permissions. My goodness. You guys, love you. Though. Rights and permissions, people. So enterprise mode, I have to put that wireless access point in enterprise mode so it can adopt or be granted permission to be a part of my network family. Now it belongs in my Active Directory as a device I can control. It's now in the domain family. And now I could use you accordingly in the whole organization to allow people to connect to you and route information through you. Does that make sense? This is with the rights and permissions. This is what helps to authenticate you if I want to remotely give you permission to access. Don't you have a key pair? On an enterprise, everything's user certificates. Bingo. All right. Now, as we're escalating and we're seeing how all this comes together, there's a term here. Right there. It says radius. Wants to Google that real quick or tell me what that means. Morning, Jesus. I didn't see you there. Sorry about that. Radius. You'll see two terms. Yes, here we go. Now y'all the whole piece of the pie started to be put back together. Okay? Radius stands for remote authentication downlink.
Crystal, what do you mean by
user service?
MDN?
That also belongs to VMs when somebody's trying to log in through a virtual machine. That belongs to VPN when somebody's trying to get in, and RDP. You are somewhere other than the premises
to the
trying
course
to get
conversation?
into the network. I must now force you through. And here's a new term you're going to learn right now. Those are authentication servers. Basically, when you're trying to access a network, it's basically like you're at Macy's, want to come by the house, and you want to drop off the package that you purchased for me. So in your GPS, that is your computer traffic. You start at Macy's, I give you the address to my house, which is the IP address, right? Now you go down the stack, you hit 4 through 1. Now you're ones and zeros, you're in your vehicle, traveling the route of the city streets in the highway to get to my home. That's how data travels. You pull up to my house, you now get out your vehicle, and you're starting to turn into from ones and zeros back into frames to form a package that you have to deliver to me. To authenticate you, you are now at my front door. You knock. Ding, ding. I'm expecting this package or this information that you are sending me. And I say, come in. Kevin's like, I can't come in. I don't have the key. Right? Nor do I have permission. You didn't leave the door unlocked. Then I say, Kevin, look in the mailbox. There's a key that I left you. Go ahead and unlock the door and walk in. Then when he walks in, I say, show me your driver's license so I know who you are, who you say you are. And then he hands me my package. That is the same concept of a radius server. When you're trying to access the network from the house, you're going to run into a roadblock. It is the firewall, the access control list, and you're going to hit that radius server. Inside that radius server is going to have all of the telemetry about you as an employee. And you must have the proper certificates and keys that I assign to you when you start working for the organization to access and get past my bodyguard, which is the radius server. Once you are challenged and you present what you need to present, I will step aside and I will let you into the network so you can access whatever you need. Does that make sense? That's for a user. Now, if I'm the administrator, I'd have to use TACAS Plus. I call it the Taco Tuesday. Terminal Access Control System Plus. That's used for administrators. All of you will be using a TACACS Plus, Taco Tuesday. All right? Radius for normal folks, TACAS Plus for people that need to administer devices. Now, we just went over a list of devices that we can administer. I'm going to give it to you, but later in the day, I'm going to quiz you. If you need to log into a network, these are the devices as an administrator you need to administer. Here's another one. IoT devices, thermostats, all this other stuff. This is stuff you would need to remotely log into the network through a TACAS Plus rate server to authenticate yourself to administer these devices if they are not working properly or you need to change a configuration. All right? Now, I gave it to you. I'm going to quiz you later today. This is important. All right? And usually you'll hear a term connected to this, and Mr. T will probably agree. You're either going to do it through these three ways, and there are some third-party tools. You're going to do it through SD-WAN, software-defined wireless area networking, where you log into a terminal or a dashboard. You're going to do it through Active Directory, where you can log in remotely. You may do it through LDAP, Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, that Linux loves to use because it's free. Or a third-party piece of software where you pay a nominal fee every month to be able to use their software to do it. Okay? So that's how all this stuff comes into play with authentication servers, and keys, AAA, and all this other stuff. With these authentication protocols, EAP, you have enterprise authentication protocols that are used. So when you see personal authentication is insecure and lacks accounting, that's just basic 802.1x. So you may have to add an extra protocol, meaning You log into the device. You have to configure it. There's a little box that says security. Would you like to check the box that says Eat TLS to give this device more security? Yes, I will. Please and thank you. Save, apply, reboot, boom. Okay? Now, this is what it does. Since personal authentication is insecure still, 1x, EAP over WAN, and AAA servers work together to authenticate anybody trying to pass through that wireless access point to get to a network. Here's the other bodyguard that's standing at the door. When you hear the word supplicant means the device that they are using to try to connect. That is the supplicant. Here's the workflow. Supplicant needs to come in. He's trying to get into the wireless access point. Wireless access point forwards everything to an authentication server. What are two authentication servers? Real quick, rapid fire. What are the two authentication servers? Bam, got it. Yep. Thank you. See, y'all was under pressure. Y'all did it. So it goes through there. It uses the keys. Then you'll issue session keys for you to use. So EAP, Enterprise Authentication Protocol, Transport Layer Security. This is put on at layer 4 along with the other ports and protocols. So this security protocol, because you enabled it through the wireless access point and or the radius server or any one of the other things I mentioned, it adds that extra protocol for security. So anything that is transported gets the multi-factor authentication with certificates and an encryption key. Here, we see here, EAP methods use server certificates. Already talked about it. You start using extra security, you pair that with a authentication server. And again, to remind everybody, because this takes time to do it, an authentication server holds metadata about Martin. It knows Martin's name. It knows his hiring date. It knows what department that he works in. It knows his normal hours of working. If he's working outside the home, it knows his IP address. It knows his MAC address, right? When all this stuff was loaded in the computer when IT gave it to him, certificates were downloaded to the local machine and to his profile that should match the authentication server when he's trying to gain entry to get past the bouncer to get to the information he needs. That's all it does. If anything in there is out of whack, it don't match, Martin is going to get a big fat unavailable. Unavailable. Then he's going to call IT, and they may have to give him new certs or reset something because his security did what it was supposed to do. Does that make sense? Here's how you would do it. In the policy server or authentication servers, it's the same thing.
Will Smith's brother.
When you add your wireless client, now, when you look at this, NPS network policy server for local, an Active Directory
Where are you watching from?
You'll have all of your devices, the policies that you set for everybody in every machine.
I am not.
All the rules you want everybody to follow, you put here. If you're configuring EAP, bam, you're saying you want people to use a smart card or other certificates. And remember I told you, here's the issue certificate from the organization that will be loaded on the device, on the pre-built image. See, it's all in the image. It's all in the image. That's why images are very important. Images are like the holy grail. If somebody got a copy of a network image from Microsoft, ooh, bad day.
No, Finny, I am
Okay,
not
you can
AI.
load that and probably use
As you can
everything
see, my
instant to
mouth
try to
is
gain
moving.
access to a
It may
network.
not be moving as fast, but it is moving.
You load these
I am not
and you
AI.
put them in your certificate manager. Remember I showed you that for your computer? It has Cert Manager for you as the user. Group, that's where you get Group Policy Editor. Local machine, right? Network, and root. The hives. Y'all remember that? The 5 hives. That's how the registry comes into play. It's all secured. 2 minutes, y'all go and break. So with these two, radius, forwards, credentials, security.
So the sound that you're hearing, are you referring to
TACAS authenticates
the
admin
ongoing
access to the
consistent
network devices so you
conversation?
guys
That
can
is
administer.
from
Kerberos
a
enables
class
single sign-on
that I'm currently
with
watching
authorization tickets.
or partaking in. So that's from another
Kerberos is
device.
its own animal. And we'll talk about that when y'all get back from break. Are there any questions? I know this is a lot that got smacked in your face this morning. Pa-la-la, 1-2 punch. But don't worry, you'll see it again. We'll talk about it again. Yeah, Michael, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Rapid fire. And I'm slowing it down.
Where are you currently watching from?
10 minutes.
Oh yes, I appreciate that you sticking to the topic. What headset are you referring to? The one that I'm currently wearing? If this one or which headset? The one that I'm currently wearing? The headset. Oh, these are the ones that normally comes with. So if you buy a new phone, like an iPhone or an Android phone, there's usually a headset that comes with it. So this is one of those that I'm currently using. I have this in because I'm listening to multiple things, but at the same time, the microphone that I'm using for the screen that I'm talking to you on it's different. And I also have this one right here that you can see. So this one is a different microphone. Oh, thank you very much. Good having you here. Thank you. Same to you. Have a nice day as well. Come by anytime, leave a comment, and let me know that it's you, and I'll respond to you as well.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Y'all got some good questions. Y'all always have good questions. I like that. Okay, so I was looking through the chat. Leah says, trying to pull everything together. All right, so check this out. This is what I typed for you. This is the start. This is the timeline of why we're talking about wireless access points and the wireless transmission medium is because it's unlike wired where it's going through, it's less susceptible to being intercepted. So since it's going through wireless, I put it like this: wireless access points need security. So you have to add or enable security through the settings. And these settings, security settings, are now called WPA, Wireless Protected Access. You have to choose the right security profile for either if you are working in a SOHO environment or if you're in an enterprise environment. For added security, we know that the personal profile that you choose can still be deprecated because it shares what they call a key, pre-shared key that goes back and forth, and it still can be intercepted and cracked. So at some point, you may want to add an extra security. So not only do you have to choose the profile with proper encryption security, you may have to check the box in the profile to add additional security protocol, which is called Extensible Authentication Protocol, EAP. At the transport layer, TLS, that's where they get EAP-TLS. So now your sandwich just got bigger, right? All you had was bread, lettuce, and tomato, and you said that ain't enough. We need to put more. So you put cheese on there. That's EAP-TLS, right? So you're trying to make a sustainable sandwich, security sandwich. The information in the middle between the two pieces is your tunnel when it goes through transmission. You're protecting the most valuable part of a sandwich is the meat. That's the data. So you sandwich the meat between different security. Lettuce is WPA, cheese is EAP, meat stays in the middle. Each side of the bread is the tunnel that the whole sandwich is traveling through. You get what I'm saying? Inside that packet, your seasoning, your salt and pepper is either TCP or UDP. How's it traveling? Right? So think of when we start getting into security and protocols related to making a sandwich. The two ends of the bread is the tunnel on which it is traveling through. The meat is the data. And to build more security inside of that, you start layering tomato, all this other stuff you need. So when it travels, it's just more secure. All right. And then here it says for enterprise profile, if you want to use wireless access points in a profile, now you have to pair that with an authentication server. Okay. Let's take 2 steps back. In a personal profile, you less than 50 people, you ain't paying for no authentic. Man, I can yell across the office and tell Bob to send me an email. You get what I'm saying? I don't need to go through an authentication server to do that. We all meet here every morning at 8 a.m., drink our coffee and kid around. There's less than 25 of us. But when you get to an enterprise environment, now you have so many people working remotely and around the world from so many devices, you have to put it in enterprise mode to now accept certificates and keys. Now I really need to make sure you are who you are because I don't see you. I don't see Bob. Bob's in Mexico. He's on a business trip trying to access the network. I got to put all this stuff in place for him to get to the meat. All right. All right. Then it says, Michael says, can you type that in here, James? The sandwich? Sure, I can. I'll do it when the video's playing. How about that? So that's a quick overview. Now, did that make a little bit more sense? I'm glad y'all can see. That's why I like y'all. I tell y'all to be like, that don't make no sense. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try it again. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we'll play the video, which talks about web, WPA, WPA 2 and 3, and WPS. Here we go.
Hello everyone. In this video, we're going to talk about the different wireless security methods and protocols that are used in wireless networks. Now, most of us have connected to a Wi-Fi network with our laptop, tablet, or even our smartphone. And to join that network with our device, you had to select the network name and you had to supply a password. Now, Wi-Fi networks can be just open with no password required. So that means that anybody can join it. However, in the majority of cases, Wi-Fi networks will be secure and will require a password. Now, there are several different protocols that are used for securing a Wi-Fi network. So let's start with a secure protocol called WEP. WEP, or Wired Equivalent Privacy, was developed in 1999, and it's the earliest security protocol that was used for wireless networks. And also, as its name implies, it's meant to supply the same security to wireless networks as it did for wired networks. However, this turned out not to be the case, because after a time, it was found out that the 40-bit encryption key that WEP used was vulnerable and not secure, and therefore it was easily hackable. So that's why today WEP is no longer used, and modern Wi-Fi routers won't even have it as an option anymore. So a better security protocol was needed for wireless networks. And that brings us to WPA. WPA, or Wi-Fi Protected Access, is another wireless security protocol that was developed to solve the problems of WEP. WPA is far better than WEP, and this is because it uses a stronger encryption method called TKIP, which stands for Temporal Key Integrity Protocol. And TKIP dynamically changes its keys as it's being used, and this ensures data integrity. But even though WPA is more secure than WEP, even today WPA is outdated, because TKIP That brings us to WPA2. WPA2 was developed to provide even stronger security than WPA, and it does this by requiring the use of a stronger encryption method. While WPA uses TKIP for encryption, which is known to have some limitations, WPA2 uses AES, which stands for Advanced Encryption Standard. AES uses a symmetric encryption algorithm which makes it strong enough to resist a brute force attack. In fact, AES is so secure that the U.S. federal government has adopted it and is now using it to encrypt sensitive government data. Now, when you log into the Wi-Fi router's configuration page and you go into the Wi-Fi security section, this is where you would find the different security protocols that you can choose from to protect your Wi-Fi.
I gotta stop this here. You might see this on the 1202. In fact, on the 1202, there's a PBQ, you have to set up multiple wireless access points, and you have to set them up properly with the proper security. Okay? You just can't set up the access point and walk away. It might be a part 2 to it, and we'll go over it because they get more complicated. There might be a part 2, and if you didn't click on that router, all this stuff is blank, you don't answer it, you just left like 20 points on the table. So please pay attention to this part here. That's all I want to say.
Network. So here is a security section. This is where you would find the different security protocols that you can choose from to protect your Wi-Fi network. So here is an example from an older Linksys router. And here you can see the WEP, WPA, and WPA2 protocols that we discussed. Now, as I said, this router is a few years old, and it still has WEP as an option. However, newer routers, like this one here, won't even have WEP as an option, because WEP is weak and outdated and is no longer used. And thank God for that, because it was garbage. Now,
At Capital One, we start with applied research, leveraging our data to build models and embed AI.
Now you will also notice that on both of these routers, there's an option that has both WPA and WPA2. And this is a mixed security option. This option enables WPA and WPA2 at the same time. So it'll use both TKIP and AES security. Now the reason for this option is for compatibility purposes, because some older devices, like prior to 2006, may not be compatible with using AES encryption that's used with WPA2. And so these older devices will connect to the older WPA protocol, but at the same time, modern devices will connect to WPA2. Now some people might ask, why not just choose the mixed option all the time, since it's the most compatible with all devices? Well, you can do this, but the problem is that in addition to using AES, it's also using TKIP. And since TKIP is not as strong as AES, you're leaving your network more vulnerable to a breach. However, if all of your devices are modern, then the best option is to choose WPA2, which only uses AES. Now, the next generation of wireless security is WPA3. WPA3 was introduced in 2018, and according to the official Wi-Fi website, wifi.org, WPA3 provides cutting-edge security protocols to the market. It adds new features to simplify Wi-Fi security and enable more robust authentication. And it will receive increased protections from password guessing attempts. Now, WPA3 won't be available on every Wi-Fi router that you purchase today, because it was just introduced last year. However, you will start to see it more and more on Wi-Fi products in the next few months. Now, so far we discussed a few password-protected security protocols, but there is another wireless security method that doesn't require you to type in a password, and this method is called WPS. WPS stands for Wi-Fi Protected Setup, and WPS was designed for people who know little about wireless networks to make it as easy as possible for their devices to join a wireless network. So here is a WPS configuration page for our router, and there are a couple of different methods that are used with WPS. But by far the most common method is the push button method. So with this method, you would just press a couple of buttons and then you'll be connected. So for example, most routers today will have a physical WPS button that you can press. And a lot of Wi-Fi printers will also have a software or physical WPS button. So let's say you wanted to connect this wireless printer to your Wi-Fi network. So you would press the WPS button on your Wi-Fi router, and within 2 minutes you would press the WPS button on your printer, and then your printer would connect to the Wi-Fi router in a few seconds. And that's really as simple as it gets. And you can also use method 2 if you want, if your client has a WPS PIN number. So you would just enter that PIN number into the field below, and within a few seconds it'll connect. So as stated before, WPS is the easiest way to join a wireless network, and a lot of manufacturers have built their wireless products with WPS. And this is to make it as simple as possible for their customers to join their device to a wireless network. Now there's one more method we need to talk about, and this is called the access control, or in some routers, it's called the MAC filter. And with this option, you can either allow or block devices from joining your network. Every network adapter has a MAC address. A MAC address is a hexadecimal number that uniquely identifies each device on a network. And with access control, you can either allow or block access by using the device's MAC address. When a device is blocked, it would only be able to get an IP address from your router, but it won't be able to communicate with any other device. and it would not be able to connect to the internet. So the access control is just an extra layer of security that's in addition to your Wi-Fi password. And the access control is also for wired devices.
Pretty cool, huh? So, I have something else in the chat. So, there's a couple of things here. Let's start with the first one because the video ended with it. That's the fresher information. So, you may be presented with a PBQ to ask you, how would you disallow a device from accessing the network? Easiest thing, you have to go into configuration and find that MAC address of the device. How do we find the access? How do we find that? See, I told you I was quiz you as we go along. How can I find out telemetry about a device? When I walk up to it, what can I type? Be it Linux or Windows. You got it. You got it. But if there's a choice to be made, I would try IP config or IF config first. Get that telemetry, write it down on the piece of scrap paper that they give you, because guaranteed you might have a pop-up to say block the device from being, or block this MAC address from getting on the network. So you have to get into that wireless access point and put that in there, okay? As a reminder, where's the DHCP server? In your house right now, where? Bingo. If you as an IT professional, if you're presented with a PBQ and they say a user's not able to receive an address, don't go tearing up the router first. 9 times out of 10, your address pool is correct. Start with the last known device that was just issued to the new employee. Go to the device, do IP config. What if you see a 169? You're correct. It's not getting an address. 169 is an automatic address given. It's in a people. So now you know. Now, what is a quick? CompTIA wants you to do stuff quick and easy. Last thing they want you to do is tearing up stuff and reconfiguring stuff. So now if I don't have an address, I did IP config. You checked all your cables. You unplugged the cable. You plugged the cable back in. You did all that little simple stuff. You questioned the IP. Yes. What command can I put in the command line to see if it works? Ping checks connectivity. Yes, you can ping, but you have to ping an outside resource to see if you can get outside the network. So yes, you can ping a server, the 8s. We always use the 8s like Google. Or how about ipconfig /renew? It'll refresh and then get an address, right? Should work. Okay. That's if you question the obvious, everything's cool, blah, blah, blah. So those are just quick commands that you can use on the exam that may be presented to you. All right. Good job, y'all. Good job. That was in my VM. Look at that. In my VM. Ah. Now, somebody asked about Kerberos. The curb. Let's get into Kerberos. How can we do this? Let's do the whiteboard. Oh, Lord, look at our board. Jeez. Mr. T left this mess. I asked him to clean it up. Look at that. All right. Clear the page. Can y'all see that? So Kerberos is sort of like this here. I like shapes. Yes, let's just do this. So if we have a server over here, we'll call this the KDC server. All right, now the KDC server, first of all, let's address, let's back up. You need to know what Kerberos is. It's a security feature. It's a security feature. So if you have a lane over here trying to connect via VPN over here to a server that's on the other side of the network, at work, on site, on-prem, Elaine is over here on VPN, okay? He's trying to get in. So basically, a couple of things are going to happen. He's going to put this data out on the wire. He's going to try to connect. All right? But the problem is, you guys are smarter than the average bear. You know what I'm about to do. Problem is, he's been configured to get through the firewall, right? And on the other side of this, just generally what you'll have in the middle, you will have what they call the KDC server. Ooh, let me do this. This sits right kind of here. So when traffic tries to continue to get in, you're going to run into this problem right here. On the other side of this, you'll generally see another firewall that gives protection. All right? So this is what you're going to see. A lane is configured with VPN. What are the two basic things that a lane needs to get to access? Yes, you're correct. It is the DMZ. What are two things that a lane needs to access his computer at work through VPN? Two basic things he has to have. Permissions. So what are those permissions? What are two basic things we all use to access anything? Two forms of authentication. Ooh, it's even more basic than that. More basic than that. Think lower level. We got multiple websites we got to put this into to access different things when we set up the account. Username and password. Username and password. Those are the two basic things you need to access the VPN. Lord, I don't know why this is like that, but I don't think y'all really care, do y'all? All right. So a lane's been set up with username and password. You as IT, you would have done your job because over here, there's different flavors that you would have set up. You would have properly set up the LDAP or the Active Directory, and the lane is, all his data is in here. You get what I'm saying? So what happens is, a lane tries to come in. He's been configured through the first firewall. This over here, we call this and y'all gonna understand this when I do it. That's the public facing firewall. This firewall over here private facing. All right. So we allow the public in to access what they need to. There'll be a server here, it's a KDC server. A lane runs into the KDC server. They say, hey, yo, we need to verify who you are, who you say you are. So now the KDC server will now issue what they call a KDC ticket. It's called a ticket granting ticket. This ticket will now be issued to accompany any certs, any certificates that a lane is using to try to get on that network. And now he's on the clock. A lane comes in, he's through the firewall, he's automatically transported to the KDC server that uses time and tickets to authorize his traffic. KDC server issues a ticket with a certificate, goes back to him, verifies that he is who he says he is through his certificates. Now he comes back. KDC server will now allow you to get through to the Active Directory, right? For verification, because the Active Directory does what? It can also be, it can hide in plain sight as a AAA server, because all of the lane's telemetry sits in here. Verifies through the LDAP, AD LDAP, goes back through here, goes back here, comes back in, and then he will be allowed to connect to the server. Does that make sense? That ticket this is Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan all day. Jordan gets you to the firewall. He hands it off to Pippen. Pippen says you need a ticket to go with that. Hands it back to Mike. Mike brings it back to Elaine. Elaine passes it back to Pippen. Pippen now passes it to the AD and the LDAP. Passes it back to Jordan. Goes down. They're going down the court. Everything authenticates. And boom, Jordan goes up. Alley-oop. Pippen. Slam dunk. All of this has to happen in a short period of time. What do you think happens if there is a delay in information? Remember, in milliseconds of this information reaching any point, what do you think will happen? What if the KDC server notices there's a delay in traffic? It will time out. It will kick Elaine off the line. He's dead in the water. Okay? That's why this security protocol, whoops, didn't want that. This security protocol works off Kerberos, works off time and tickets. You will see this on the exam. Time and tickets. This is to prevent a on-path attack or a man in the middle. You don't want somebody over here sitting off in the rafters on the internet the bad guy who is sniffing traffic, and they're trying to intercept Elaine's traffic. They'll try to grab it off the wire, get it in here, and then what they'll do is they'll recraft, right? They will recraft the packets, and try to put those packets back on the wire to be transported, the server will notice that there is a problem and they'll kill the switch. Right? So that's what's happening. That's why that is important. Does that make sense? So it's a good security feature to have. All right. Now, how do I get out of this thing? I don't know. Yeah, troubleshooting. You see that, Martin? Quick thinking. All right, here we go. All right, let's proceed with this. Actually, we only have 20 slides left. What? Let's talk about the router security. 18 slides left. Already talked about home router setup. Anytime you get in this, we cover this in 1201. Update the firmware. Disable. Make sure you update the firmware, change the password, change the login name. Period. First things you want to do. And disable the guest account and turn off universal plug and play. Those are some quick security things that you can do for troubleshooting or giving extra security. Now, what we saw on the whiteboard was a screen subnet. That KDC server sat between two firewalls. Can anybody tell me what those firewalls were? I told you, if you see firewalls on an exam, what are they representative of? Public and private facing, but what piece of machinery, what appliance is that? Routers. Gotcha. All right. Remember, they're all inclusive. They're all in one. They're just showing you a picture. And on PBQs, that's what people get confused about. They're like, what is this? I'm confused. It's the router. All right. Configure the router. Set up your SSID. All right. Secure set identifier. This is what broadcasts your name. Set up WPA3 with simultaneous authentication of equals, SAE. Set up a guest network. Get inside that router. Hook up your firewall. Block unnecessary ports. I think Kevin said something about blocking ports earlier. Configure port forwarding for the web server. Now, I gave you a real quick analogy yesterday of what port forwarding is or what it does for you. Who can tell me in your own words, what is that? Real quick, so we don't get confused about what's port forwarding, because I couldn't grab that term for the longest. Anybody remember? Brian's giving me that educated look. Jesus is like, let me scoot up to the screen. Let me see if I can tap in. All right, let me bring it up to you. Port forward is giving anonymity to the real port that you want to use. Let me give you an example. Aaliyah is checking her bank account. On the web, she types in, or it's going out. Firewall, remember, think firewall, access control list. It's going out on 80. Well, when it gets to Wells Fargo, the server says 80. No, I don't speak that language. Wells Fargo server now forwards 80 traffic to 443. Port forwarding. It says, we don't speak unsecure language here. We speak secure. So if you want to talk to me, you talk to 443. That's port forwarding. You get it? Then the server will respond back to Aaliyah and says, do you speak 443? Aaliyah's firewall, if it's set up properly, says, yes, I speak 443. And then her traffic is forwarded to 443 inside her computer. Do you get what I'm saying? So now everybody is secure, right? You could do port 4, okay, allowing external devices to connect to a said port via redirecting. Correct. All you're doing is forwarding your mail. Hey, I live in Vegas. I got a condo downtown. That's my primary address. But I'm forwarding all my mail to Henderson because that's where I hang out sometimes. And I'd rather get my mail there. It's going to go to my condo, but it's going to get cut off and forward to my other house. It's mail forwarding, it's port forwarding. That's all it is, right? You have a legitimate address. You just prefer it to go somewhere else, all right? Disable universal plug and play. We talked about that. Place the router securely. When you're talking about placing your own router, put it somewhere central in the house. Connect it via the WAN. Hook it up, configure it. You have to access the URL, the browser with the IP address. What's the typical IP address of the router? Give me 3. We went through this. See? Rapid fire questions. Okay, 1.254. Next. We're assuming it's 192.168. What's the last 2 octets? On typical router addresses. So if you see these on the exam, 1.1, there's another one. 0.1, and there's one more. Zero. If you see anything like that, assume lower value IP assignments may generally be your gateway address if presented on the exam. If I asked you on the exam, what typically for a Soho network while we're here, what 3 items would share the same IP address? So what I'm asking you is, if you're setting up a router, there's 3 areas where you'll generally see the same IP address of the gateway. Default gateway, that's 1. Yep, it's an IPv4 address. There's 3 areas where you'll see the same gateway address because it's all in the same device. They're not separated. Here's a hint. What assigns an IP address? DAC, that's 2. There's 1 more. The gateway address, DHCP, and this is the birth certificate for where DNS, boom. Y'all are hitting it. Look at y'all. Woo! Charles, you made it through. Give that man a cold drink. Is it bad that I look at my router like it's going to give me the answer? It's the router whisperer, man. All right, so we get back here. You can use Wi-Fi extenders to boost a weak signal. I'm actually in my office upstairs in my house. I have a Wi-Fi extender in my corner on my office. I'm using 5G, so I got many walls between me. So I use WPS, connected it to my router, put it to the edge of where I'm losing signal, and then it rebroadcasts the signal. It boosts it. So it brings it to me more. That's what I have in my office. All right. So this the Wi-Fi extender. You may have to use that in a PBQ, so you need to understand the differences of all these different things. You may have a patio situation, and you have to add Wi-Fi on the patio of a company. Do you use a Wi-Fi extender, or do you use another wireless access point? What is the maximum amount of extenders? You can daisy chain extenders. So who's ever been out driving around and you see these little white dishes on top of like construction sites? They're small little white dishes and antennas that point. Yep. They're grabbing signal throughout the city from different Wi-Fi boosters and extenders to extend the signal to the construction site. They point the dish, boom. It's repeaters. The repeaters repeat the signal, and the Wi-Fi extenders extend the Wi-Fi. So it grabs it and says, oh, here you go, wireless access point. So that's what those little dishes do. You'll see them on top of buildings everywhere. They're called what they call line of sight dishes. As long as you have an open area, nothing obstructing, that thing could go for miles. Miles. We already know about firmware. Go find it, hit upgrade, boom. CompTIA may ask you, what is the quickest, simplest, easiest thing you can do to give your wireless access point more protection? Oh, just disable the broadcast. Disable the SSID broadcast of your wireless network. That means you have to know it, so nobody can join to it. Remember that one. You might see it. We talked about firewall configurations. We went through an exercise. Outbound, whatever you do for outbound, you may have to do for inbound, for blocking or opening ports. You may have a specific application that may need to have a specific port opened. You can open a port and only allow one application to be used on that port if you want. So that's filtering, okay? You can also put parental controls. You can time out certain ports to open and close at certain times. This is kids sneaking on the internet trying to use Xbox. You can shut down the Xbox ports. So after 11 o'clock, they get nada. Then on a certain time of the day, they turn back on. The newer wireless newer routers do that. I have a gaming router where I can set access control. We know what port forwarding is, but port triggering is something else. Temporarily opens ports for multi-port applications. If it senses that a certain application needs a port to open, and you have configured for that only application to use it, and it's sending that signal for it to be used, it will open it, let it go. As soon as the server sends back a finished, no traffic's coming through, it will close it. It will close it automatically. It's like a vestibule, right? That way, the door is not left open. Can you explain why universal plug and play is a security? It is because, let's say if I walk into your organization, you have USB ports enabled with universal plug and play. I can plug in my USB drive. It'll auto install anything. It's done. I pull it, I walk. You never knew I was there. Yep. Or I can just plug a device in the back of a desktop computer next to a wall that's stacked up with dust because nobody ever checks it, and I got a key logger sitting there. So it automatically set itself up, and then it retransmits data to me. Yep. So you want to make sure you shut down any ports, physical ports on a computer that don't need to be used. Yep, there it is right there. Disable. And I'm trying to look at different things here. We talked about piggybacking yesterday, different lock types. These are pretty much self-explanatory with physical and security controls. I will not bore you with this. You can read this on your own. For biometric readers and things like that. One item I will point out, if you're using smart cards and fobs, generally these will use certificates or security keys that need to be embedded via a AAA server that will allow you to access the meat of the sandwich, okay? So remember, you may have to configure an additional security protocol in order to use these type of devices. Before we go on break, I need four places that will give me AAA. Go. 4 items that will give me AAA on a network. 1, 2, 3. We just learned about the last one. 4. And a bonus question, if I really want to lock down to make sure nobody's in the middle and crafting packets and trying to put it back on the wire and they're out of a certain time, what can I use? Go to break. Y'all rock. See you in 10 minutes.
installations. I will go into CompTIA Plus, practice test. There are PBQs, as you can see guys. They are working, they are adding more and more questions here. And we will be doing CompTIA A Plus Core 2. And we will have 50 questions today. But before we dive in, I would like to promote my CompTIA Plus Core 1 and Core 2 Practice Exam Questions course, where you can do
I'm still here. I'm
these
just taking care of some stuff,
practice
so
tests
just be
for
your study time.
yourself.
And
These are
assignment
choice
time.
questions for Core 1. As you can see, there are 3 tests or 3 exams, which includes 200 questions each for Core 1, and this is for the latest exam 220-1201, and there are 3 practice tests for CompTIA A Plus Core 2, and there are also 200 questions in each, and there are also 3 practice exams which include 200 questions each. So altogether in this one course you will get 1200 and actually 30 questions, because in Core 2 exam, in third one, there are 230 questions. And this course, by the way, doesn't cost $49. This is what Udemy does, but if you will be visiting it for a couple of days, you can get it about for €10 only. So no further ado, let's get into our test. And first question is, a technician needs to remove a virus from a user's computer. What should be done first? Delete all user files, disable Windows Update, reinstall the operating system, or disconnect from the network. Which would be the correct answer here? And the correct answer here is disconnect from the network, as disconnecting from the network prevents the malware from spreading or downloading additional malicious files. And next question, a technician is helping a user who is unable to open certain files on a USB drive formatted with NTFS. So, as you know, NTFS, or as you should know, that NTFS is Microsoft's file system, and it stands for New Technology File System. And here the user is using a Mac OS computer. What is the best solution? Convert the file system to HFS+, format the drive to exFAT, install NTFS driver for Mac OS, enable BitLocker encryption, or disable antivirus software. And here the correct answer is install an NTFS driver for a Mac OS. Like I mentioned guys, or what you should know is that NTFS is Microsoft's file system, and we should install an NTFS driver for Mac OS to be able to run these files. So Mac OS can read NTFS formatted drives, but cannot write to them without third-party software. And next question, a technician needs to choose a file system for a new Linux installation that supports journaling and file permissions. Which file system should they use? FAT32, exFAT, ext4, NTFS, or HFS+. And here's the correct answer when it comes to Linux is ext4. X4 is the standard Linux file system that supports journaling and advanced file permissions. Next question. A user reports that their computer is running very slowly. Task Manager shows that the CPU is running at 100% and multiple unknown processes are using system resources. What is the first step the technician should take? Update the graphics driver, run an antivirus scan, increase the page file size, reinstall the operating system, or disable user account control, or UAC, UAC, I call it also UAC. And by the way guys, in future I will also be doing PBQs, as many of you are asking me to do also practice-based questions. Those I will also be doing in my future videos. So if you are new to my channel, consider subscribing, as these are also coming soon. So as we are covering different practice exams, we are covering CompTIA practice exams like A+, Network+, Security+, and many others from CompTIA, Microsoft and Cisco here on TechWolf channel. And I also have Udemy courses, which you can find linked to in description and in first pinned comment of this video. So what is the correct answer here? And here the correct answer is run an antivirus scan. As unknown processes consuming high CPU usage are often signs of malware infection. And this one example could be Bitcoin miner installed on your computer, which is mining your Bitcoin, for example, or using processing power of your computer to mine the Bitcoin, and it does it behind the scenes, so it is using CPU or central processing unit or processor of your computer or processing resources of your computer. There are many ways how you can tell it. And next question, a user reports that they are unable to install software updates because of insufficient disk space. What is the best tool to resolve this issue? Event viewer. So the question is pretty much asking is what tool you would open on your Windows computer to resolve this issue. Event viewer, Windows Defender, disk cleanup, task scheduler, or device manager. And the correct answer here would be disk cleanup, as disk cleanup removes temporary and unnecessary files to free up disk space. And next question, a user complains that their Windows laptop frequently displays pop-up ads even when no browser is open. What should the technician check first? So if you have pop-up ads, and this is the common issue, if you have been visiting some malicious websites, they are installing this pop-up ads software on your computer. So in this scenario, what should the technician or you as a user check first? Task Manager for suspicious background processes, screen resolution settings, Windows activation status, BIOS version, or the printer spooler service. And the correct answer here is that first what you should do is to check the Task Manager for suspicious background processes. As on your Task Manager, as you know guys, you can check what applications are running on your computer. And this would be the correct answer, as here is explanation. Persistent pop-ups often indicate malware running in the background. Next question, a technician needs to securely remove all data from a hard drive before disposing of it. What is the best method? Delete all files manually, disable the user account, change the file system to exFAT, low-level format, or move the files to the recycle bin and empty it. What would be the best solution here? And here the best solution would be low-level format, as a low-level format permanently recedes all data, preventing recovery. A user reports that their antivirus software is constantly being disabled and unknown programs keep installing on their Windows PC. What is the most likely cause? A rootkit infection, a faulty RAM module, a misconfigured firewall, an outdated video driver, or corrupt display settings. And here the correct answer is a rootkit infection, as a rootkit can disable security software and allow unauthorized installations. And by the way guys, I'm not talking too much in these types of videos where I'm creating these practice tests for these exams, just to keep you focused on these exams rather than talking too much and wasting your time. So with that said, let's go to the next question. A technician is configuring a security setting on a Windows 10 computer. And by the way guys, however, this is for the latest exam, you should also be aware of Windows 11 and Windows 10 computer systems, and there might be even on your exam even questions from the earlier versions of Windows operating system, so be aware about it. So the organization requires that users be prompted before installing any new software. What should the technician enable? Windows Defender Firewall, here you should know about tablets, Windows Recovery Mode, User Account Control or UAC or UAC, I call it UAC, or usually Secure Boot, or event viewer login. What would be the correct answer here? And here is the correct answer: user account control, or UAC or UAC, as UAC prompts users before allowing software installation to prevent unauthorized changes. A user is unable to open an encrypted file they created last week on Windows 10. They recently changed their Windows password. What is the most likely reason? The file system is corrupt, the encryption key was tied to the previous user credentials, the Windows Update service is disabled, the file was converted to a different format, or the file has been quarantined by antivirus software. And the correct answer here is the encryption key was tied to the previous user credentials, as Windows encrypts files using user credentials, and changing the password can cause access issues. A user is having trouble connecting to a corporate VPN. Other users can connect without issues. What should the technician check first? Monitor refresh rate, Windows activation status, the user's firewall settings, printer spooler settings, or device manager. So if a user can't connect to VPN or company VPN or company files by using VPN, however, as you see, other users can do it. So what's the technician check first with the user, probably with his computer, what is happening, why he can't connect to the VPN. However, obviously this VPN connection is working, as other users can connect without any issues. And here the correct answer is the user's firewall settings. That is what the technician should check, as firewall can block VPN connections, preventing access, as you know from firewall rules if you have been studying for this Core 2 exam. A technician needs to configure file sharing on macOS computers so that a Windows user can access shared folders. What file sharing protocol should be enabled? And here you should know about file sharing protocols on macOS. The keyword here is a technician needs to configure file sharing on macOS computer. And for this Core 1 and Core 2 exams, you should also know about macOS. In previous exam, in 102, which was previous CompTIA exam, they were not concentrating so much on macOS and on Linux. However, in this exam, you should also be more aware on these questions. File systems are AFP, NFS, or protocols, sorry guys, AFP, NFS, SMB, RDP, or FTP. So which one should be the correct answer here? And the correct answer is server message block, or SMB, as it is the standard file sharing protocol for Windows and macOS interoperability. A user reports that they accidentally deleted an important file and needed to restore. So user deleted a file by mistake and he needs it to be restored. What tools the technician use? Group policy editor, task scheduler, previous versions in Windows, device manager, or Windows Defender. And the correct answer here is previous versions in Windows, as Windows allows users to restore previous versions or files if file history or system restore is enabled. And a technician needs to create a full backup of Windows 11 system, including user files and system settings. What backup method should they choose? Here you should know about backups: incremental backup, differential backup, file copy, system image backup, or task scheduler backup. And here's the correct answer is system image backup, as a system image backup creates a full copy of the operating system, applications, and files. So remember that a system image backup creates a full backup of your operating system, your applications which are on that operating system, and all files which are pretty much of everything on your Windows 11. The next question, a user reports that they are receiving access denied errors when trying to delete a file. What is the best tool to resolve this issue? So, user reports they are deleting or trying to delete the file and getting an error, access denied. So most likely this is to do with user permissions. You can straight away understand that access denied, this means that access denied to this feature for this particular user. And answers are NTFS permissions, Windows Update, Task Manager, Device Manager, or Disk Cleanup. Which would be the correct answer here? And I already kind of told you, sorry guys, but this is NTFS permissions. As NTFS file permissions control access and modification rights for files. And you can set them also on your operating system for some files or folders. A technician needs to verify network connections and troubleshoot connectivity issues. Which command line tool should they use? So now you should also know about command line tools for this Core 2 exam. Check disk, disk part, ipconfig, dxdiag, or msconfig. And the correct answer here would be ipconfig, as ipconfig displays network configurations and helps troubleshoot connectivity problems. A user is complaining about slow performance when browsing the web. Other applications work fine. What should the technician check first? Disk fragmentation, browser extensions and cache, monitor refresh rate, Windows activation, or printer driver update. And here the correct answer is, when it is come to web, the most logical would be browser extensions and cache, as a large browser cache or excessive extensions can slow down web browsing. A user complains that their system keeps restarting after installing Windows updates. What is the most likely cause? So you have your Windows operating system, you just updated it, or you installed the Windows updates, and what could be the problem? Because a user complains that their system keeps restarting. If your system keeps restarting, overheating CPU, insufficient storage space, defective power supply, or corrupt update files. And the correct answer here is corrupt update files, as a system that restarts repeatedly after an update may have a corrupt update files, requiring a rollback or reinstallation. A technician needs to encrypt a USB drive for Windows user. What built-in tools should they use? And now we are talking about Windows 11. What built-in tool we would have that would encrypt a USB drive for Windows user? Keyword here is Windows and USB drive. Windows Defender, BitLocker, Task Scheduler, Disk Cleanup, or Group Policy Editor. And the correct answer here is BitLocker. And you should know about BitLocker everything pretty much. That BitLocker is for encrypting your drives or hard drives or everything to do with encrypting whenever you hear a BitLocker. BitLocker encrypts drives to protect sensitive data. A user reports that they are unable to access the internet, but they can access internal company resources. What is the most likely cause? So, user can't access the internet, but at the same time they can access internal company resources. It means like company servers, your files on your company servers, that's what you can access, but you can't access internet. What is the most likely cause in this scenario? Faulty Ethernet cable, DHCP server failure, incorrect IP configuration, or ISP outage. What is the correct answer in this question? And correct answer is incorrect IP configuration. As if a user can access internal network resources but not the internet, the device likely has an incorrect gateway or DNS configuration, as you would need to configure DNS configuration, or for example your gateway IP address, and if they are incorrectly configured, you might not be able to access internet. A technician is responding to a user who is upset about a slow PC. What is the best approach to de-escalate the situation? So user has a slow PC, he is connecting a technician. What would be the best approach to de-escalate this situation? Explains the technical issue immediately, listen actively and emphasize, offer a replacement PC, reboot the PC in front of the user, or escalate to a supervisor. What would be the best way to solve this issue for technician? As usually when users have a slow PC, they are very unhappy because they can't complete their tasks, or they are getting very annoyed when the PCs are getting slow in real world scenarios. Because, for example, they have some task which they need to do, but the PC is slow, and this makes users very stressful. And these are very, if you are an IT technician and if you are doing customer support, these are very, very dangerous situations because users are really getting very upset. So you should know how to resolve this issue, and this would be one of the most issues which could arise in company if you are working as an IT technician. And here, what is the correct answer? Here is the correct answer to listen actively and emphasize. As active listening and empathy help calm an upset user, building trust and allowing a technician to gather information to resolve the issue effectively. So you should pretty much approach this situation in your company as a technician in a very friendly way, trying to be kind of friend to the user, listening to him, and at the same time gathering data about the problem so you understand what user have done. For example, previously maybe he have installed something, updated some software and things like that, and that was the actual problem which made his computer slow. And next question, a technician is training employees on password best practices. Which recommendation should be emphasized? Use the same password for all accounts, include personal information in passwords, change passwords every 90 days, write passwords on sticky notes, or reuse old passwords. And here the most logical, or I would say even the only answer would be change passwords every 90 days. As regularly changing passwords, every 90 days is the best practice to reduce the risk of unauthorized access, especially in a corporate environment. However, if you will be working in a company, this 90-day changing of your password will be pretty much programmed or delivered by an IT technician, or if you will be an IT technician, this is what you will also set up on the back-end software to make users of your company to change their passwords every 90 days. Next question. A technician is documenting a hardware failure for warranty claim. What information should be included in the documentation? User's contact details, date of last software update, network configuration details, installed applications list, or failure symptoms and serial number. And here the correct answer is failure symptoms and serial number. As for a warranty claim, documenting the failure symptoms and the device's serial number is critical to identify the issue and verify warranty liability. A user reports a phishing email in their inbox. What should the technician instruct the user to do? Open the email to verify its contents, forward the email to IT, delete the email without opening, reply to the sender for clarification, or save the email for analysis. This is the funny thing, reply to the sender for clarification. Did he really send a phishing email? Okay, what would be the correct answer here? And the correct answer here is delete the email without opening, as phishing emails should be deleted without opening to avoid executing malicious code or clicking harmful links, protecting the user and system. A technician is disposing of old hard drives from a corporate office. What is the best method to ensure data security? Format the drives, use a degausser, overwrite with zeros, encrypt the drives, or shred the drives. What would be the best thing to do in this scenario? And the best thing would be to shred the drives, as physically shredding hard drives ensures that the data is irretrievable, providing the highest level of data security for disposal in a corporate environment. As, for example, if you have just deleted or overwritten the data on your drive, it can still be recovered. And next question, a user reports that their browser is slow and displays unwanted ads. The technician confirms no malware is present. What should be done next? Reset browser settings, update the browser, clear cache and cookies, check proxy settings, or disable extensions. And the correct answer here is disable extensions, as unwanted ads and slow browser performance in the absence of malware are often caused by a rogue browser extension. Disabling extensions identifies the culprit. A Windows 10 PC fails to install updates, displaying error code 0x80070057. What should the technician do first? Reinstall Windows, clear the software distribution folder, run Windows Updates Troubleshooter, update BIOS firmware, or check disk space. And the correct answer here is run Windows Update Troubleshooter, as the Windows Update Troubleshooter is built-in tool that can diagnose and fix common update errors such as 0x80070057, making it the first step to try. A Linux user cannot install a software package due to dependency errors. What command should the technician use to resolve this issue? yum update, apt-get install-f, dpkg-config, rpm-uvh, snap refresh. And correct answer here is apt-get install-f, as on Debian-based systems the apt-get install-f command fixes broken dependencies by installing missing packages, resolving dependency errors during software installation. A user reports that their email client cannot connect to the server. The technician confirms the server is online and other users are unaffected. What should be checked first? Network adapter drivers, firewall rules, DNS server configuration, server authentication method, or email client settings. And the correct answer is email client settings, as if other users can connect to the email server, the issue is likely with the user's email client settings, e.g. incorrect server address, port, or credentials. And by the way guys, if you are really planning to pass your exams, Skill-Test Pro is one of the brilliant resources which you could use, as these questions are very similar to these real exams on CompTIA Plus and CompTIA Plus Core 1 and Core 2 exams, so as they have PBQs which are also very similar to real exams. They are actually the same PBQs or practice-based questions as on the real exams. These are pretty much the previous exam questions. And Next question is a Windows 11 PC displays blue screen with a page fault in non-page dash area error. What is the most likely cause? Faulty RAM, corrupted system files, overheating CPU, outdated BIOS, or failing hard drive. And the correct answer here is faulty RAM. As the page fault in non-page area error is commonly caused by the faulty RAM, which fails to properly handle memory requests in a non-page area of the system. A macOS user reports that an application is unresponsive and the spinning beach ball appears. So this is pretty much the loader icon in macOS. What should the technician do to resolve this? Force quit the application, reboot the system, update the application, clear system cache, or run disk utility. And the correct answer here is force quit the application. As the spinning beach ball indicates an unresponsive application, force quit using command options plus escape terminates the application, allowing the user to relaunch it or troubleshoot further. A user reports that their Windows 10 PC is running slowly and Task Manager shows 100% disk usage. No single process is consuming excessive resources. What should the technician do first? Disable super fetch, run disk cleanup, update device drivers, check for malware, or defragment the drive. And the correct answer here is check for malware, as a high disk usage without a specific process identified is often caused by malware running background tasks. Scanning for malware is the first step to identify and remove potential threats. A company wireless network is compromised by an unauthorized device. The technician suspects a weakest encryption protocol. Which protocol should be replaced? So we are talking about the weakest encryption protocol on your router, for example, and which protocol would that be pretty much from these questions? VPA3, VPA2, Web, TKIP, or AES. And here you should know that the weakest protocol, you should know straight away that it is Web. As Web or WEP is an outdated and insecure wireless encryption protocol, easily compromised by modern attacks. Replacing it with VPA3 or VPA2 enhances network security. And you might ask why VPA3 or VPA2, because VPA2 was released a little bit later and VPA3 is the latest and the most secure. However, there are still older devices which doesn't support VPA3. That's why we still on some devices use VPA2, this Wi-Fi encryption protocol. However, on the all latest devices they already support VPA3, so we would use VPA3 Wi-Fi encryption protocol, as this is currently the most secure Wi-Fi encryption protocol out there. So next one, a technician is setting up a BitLocker on a Windows 10 Pro laptop. Keyword here is probably Pro. The user wants to use a USB key for authentication. What is required? TPM chip, UEFI firmware, group policy modification, recovery key, USB key with pin. Which would be the correct answer for this question? And the correct answer here is TPM chip, as BitLocker with USB key authentication requires a trusted platform module, which is TPM chip, to restore cryptographic keys securely unless configured to bypass TPM using group policy. A user reports that their browser redirects to unfamiliar websites. The technician confirms no extensions are installed. What is the next step? Reset the browser settings, update the browser, clear DNS cache, check proxy settings, or reinstall the operating system. And the correct answer here is check proxy settings, as browser redirects to unfamiliar websites are often caused by a malicious proxy settings configured by malware, which should be checked and corrected. And next question. A technician is configuring a firewall to secure a small office network. Which port should be opened for a secure remote desktop access? 22, port 22, port 80, port 443, port 3389, or port 445. And the correct answer here is port 3389, as Remote Desktop Protocol or RDP uses port 3389 for secure remote desktop access, which must be opened in the firewall to allow this functionality. So this port 3389 should be open on your device's firewall. A user's Windows 11 laptop is locked with a ransomware message demanding payment. Backups are available. What should the technician do first? Pay the ransomware or ransom, restore from backup, disconnect the laptop from the network, run a malware scan, or reinstall Windows. And the correct answer here is disconnect the laptop from the network, as disconnecting the laptop from the network prevents the ransomware from spreading or communicating with command and control servers, allowing safe remediation. A technician discovers unauthorized software installed on workstation. The user denies installing it. What is the most likely cause? Use privilege escalation, corrupted operating system files, incorrect group policy, outdated antivirus, or malware infection. So, if user didn't install itself, as you can see here guys, a technician discovers unauthorized software installed on workstation. However, user says or denies that he has installed this software. So what is the most likely cause from all these answers? And the correct answer here is malware infection, as unauthorized software installation without user knowledge is common symptom of malware, which can install programs without user consent. A company requires employees to use multi-factor authentication or MFA for email access. Which combination should the technician configure? So for email access, multi-factor authentication, so which combination should the technician configure? Password and security question, and here you should also know everything about these multi-factor authentications. However, this is very easy once you understand it. So password and security question, fingerprint and PIN, username and password, smart card and PIN, password and email OTP, which would be the correct answer here. And the correct answer is smart card and PIN, as MFA or multi-factor authentication requires two or more authentication factors, something you know, or something you have, or something you are. A smart card, something you have, and PIN, something you know, is a valid multi-factor authentication combination. A user receives a pop-up warning that their Windows PC is infected and must call a number to restore it or to resolve it. What should the technician do first? Run an antivirus scan, disconnect the PC from the network, update Windows, reboot in safe mode, or clear browser cache. And here you can see already how these questions work whenever your computer is infected. First thing, remember that first thing you want to disconnect it before you start resolving or looking what is the problem. If you have any suspicion that there is a malware, it is infected or it has some bad things in your computer, you always first thing what you want to do is disconnect the PC from the network. Remember this for your exam. Whenever your computer is infected, if there is disconnection from the network, that's what the correct answer is most likely. So disconnect the PC from the network. A pop-up warning about the infections is likely malware or phishing scam. Disconnecting the PC from the network prevents further communication with malicious servers or data exfiltration. A technician is troubleshooting a Linux server that fails to mount a network drive. The network connection is active. What command should be used to verify the mount configuration? This is kind of very easy question, but if you don't know anything about Linux commands, this might be a hard question for you. So here are the answers. I will not be reading them through or commands. So which one you would use? And the correct answer here is mount, as the mount command displays all currently mounted file systems, allowing the technician to verify if the network drive is properly mounted and check the configuration. A user reports that their Windows 11 PC is slow to shut down. Task Manager shows no high resource processes. What should the technician do next? Disable startup programs, update device drivers, run system file checker, clear temporary files, or check power settings. What would be the correct answer here? And the correct answer is run system file checker, as slow shutdowns can be caused by corrupted system files. Running the system file checker sfc/scan now can defect and repair corrupted files, potentially resolving the issue. A technician needs to configure a Windows 10 PC to join a corporate domain. The PC is on the correct network, but the join attempt fails. What should be checked first? Local admin privileges, network adapter drivers, firewall port settings, DNS server settings, or workgroup configuration. Which is the correct answer here? And the correct answer is DNS server settings, as joining a domain requires resolving the domain controller's address, which depends on a correct DNS server settings. Incorrect DNS configuration is a common cause of a domain join failures. A Linux workstation displays a permission denied error when a user tries to run a script. The script is executable. What should the technician check? File ownership, user password, script syntax, kernel version, or system memory. And the correct answer is that the technician should check file ownership, I would say. File ownership, yes. A permission denied error on an executable script often indicates that the user lacks the necessary permissions due to incorrect file ownership or insufficient user privileges. A macOS user reports that an application crashes on launch. So, on macOS, an application crashes on launch. As a technician verifies the application is compatible with the operating system version. What should be tried next? Reinstall the application, update macOS, clear application cache, reset PRAM/NVRAM, or run disk utility. And the correct answer here is clear the application cache, as a caching application may be caused by a corrupted cache files. Clearing the application's cache is a non-invasive step to resolve the issue without affecting the system or application installation. Next question. A technician is setting up a dual boot system with Windows 11 on and Ubuntu. After installing Ubuntu, Windows no longer boots. What is the most likely cause? Corrupted Windows partition, overwritten grub bootloader, incorrect BIOS settings, missing Ubuntu drivers, incompatible file systems. And the correct answer here is overwritten grub bootloader. You should also know what is the purpose, what is grub. Well, this is pretty much for operating systems where they start getting loaded from. As installing a Ubuntu often overrides the Windows bootloader with grub, causing Windows to fail to boot. Repairing the Windows bootloader using a recovery disk can resolve the issue. A technician is configuring a Windows 11 workstation for a user who needs to access a shared network folder. The user reports that they cannot see the folder. What should the technician check first? Folder permissions, network cable connection, firewall settings, DNS configuration, or local user account type. And by the way guys, to me for example, studying for any exams which I have passed myself is the easiest way to do these practice tests. And like I mentioned, I have a course on Udemy where is 1230 questions for CompTIA Core 1 and Core 2 for these latest exams. If you want, you can go and check my Udemy course, or you can use Skill Test Pro. However, Skill Test Pro is also charges a little bit of charge, about $6 I believe. They now have discounts, or $6 monthly, or there's lifetime membership for $20 or $15. I don't remember really anymore because I'm already a member for a while, as you know, who are watching my channel. And yes guys, which is the correct answer in this question? And the correct answer is folder permissions. Okay, if a user cannot see a shared network folder, the most likely issue is incorrect folder permissions, which may prevent the user from accessing or viewing the shared resource. Next question. A user's Windows PC fails to boot. Displaying a boot MGR is missing error. The technician confirms that the hard drive is detected in BIOS. What is the next step? Reinstall Windows, replace the hard drive, update the BIOS, check the boot order, or run startup repair. And the correct answer here is run startup repair. As the boot MGR is missing, error indicates a corrupted or missing boot manager. Running startup repair from Windows recovery environment can repair the boot configuration and restore functionality. A user on Windows 11 workstation cannot print to a network printer, receiving the error. The print spooler service is not running. The user confirms they have administrative privileges and the printer was working yesterday. You suspect a malware infection may have disabled the printer spooler service. Which of the following should you do first to address this issue for the CompTIA Plus Core 2, 220, 1202 exam? Restart the print spooler service from the Services Management Console. Reinstall the printer driver to restore printing functionality. Check the printer's network connectivity settings. Perform a full system scan using Microsoft Defender antivirus. Use System Restore to revert to a previous restore point. And here the correct answer is that you should perform a full system scan using Microsoft Defender antivirus. As the error, the print spooler service is not running on Windows 11 workstation, combined with suspicious of malware infection, indicates the malicious software may have disabled or corrupted the printer spooler service, which manages print jobs. Performing a full system scan with Microsoft Defender antivirus, the built-in security tool for Windows 11, is the first step to detect and remove potential malware. So yes, this is another test for CompTIA Plus Core 2, guys. If you are interested in more, like I mentioned, in more questions or doing these practice tests for yourself, you can go to my Udemy course. I will leave a link in description of this video. So as you can go here to Skill Test Pro, if you want, you can get membership for yourself. So yes, and if you found this video useful, leave a like, share this video, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and see you in the next one. Welcome back to TechWolf. In this video I'm going to cover 40 CompTIA A+ questions, and some of them I will be taking from official CompTIA website, so as other questions will be from real exams of CompTIA A+, and these are questions from all previous CompTIA A+ exams. So if you will find this video useful, leave a like, share this video, and subscribe to the channel for next upcoming videos, as I will be covering many more topics about CompTIA certifications like in networking, security, and many others in my future videos. So no further ado, and let's get into it. And first question is, which of the following symptoms is most likely a sign of ransomware? A large number of ads appear, files on devices are inaccessible, internet connectivity is lost, or battery life is reduced. Here the correct answer is files on devices are inaccessible. And next question is, a technician has been directed to dispose of hard drives from company laptops properly. Company standards requires the use of high-powered men to destroy data on decommissioned hard drives. Which of the following data destruction methods should the technician choose? Shredding, incinerating, drilling, or degazing? And here the correct answer is degazing. A user reports being unable to access the internet or use wireless headphones on a mobile device. A technician confirms the headphones properly connect to another device. Which of the following should the technician do to solve this issue? Connect to a different service set identifier, disable near-field communication, turn off airplane mode, or test the battery on the device. And here the correct answer is turn off the airplane mode. A sales staff member recently left a laptop at a hotel and needs a new one immediately. After remotely wiping the old laptop, a support technician prepares to take a new laptop out of inventory to begin the deployment process. Which of the following should the technician do first? Document the serial numbers and usernames for asset management, recycle all the cardboard and other shipping materials appropriately, call the hotel and demand old laptop to be sent back to the repair depot, confirm shipping address for new laptop with their sales staff member. And here the correct answer is document the serial numbers and usernames for asset management. A technician is installing M.2 devices in several workstations. Which of the following would be required when installing the devices? Electrostatic discharge straps, ergonomic floor mats, air filtration, or heat-resistant gloves? And the correct answer here is electrostatic discharge straps. And next question, a user Windows desktop continuously crashes during boot. A technician runs the following command in safe mode and then reboots the desktop. The user's profile is damaged, the system files are corrupted, the hard drive needs to be defragmented, or the system needs to have a restored performance. And correct answer here is the system files are corrupted. And next question, a user calls the IT help desk and explains that all the data on the user's computer is encrypted. The user also indicates that the pop-up message on the screen is asking for payment in bitcoins to unlock the encrypted data. The user's computer is most likely infected with which of the following? Spyware, botnet, rootkit, or ransomware? And the correct answer here is ransomware. A network engineer needs to update the network firewall, which will cause a temporary outage. The network engineer submits a change request form and performs the required maintenance. If the firewall update fails, which of the following is the next step? Acquire end-user acceptance, perform risk analysis, request a change approval, or execute a backout plan. And the correct answer here is execute a backout plan. Which of the following workstation operating systems use NTFS for the standard file system type? Mac OS, Windows, Linux, or Chrome operating system? And the correct answer here is Windows. Which of the following Linux commands will display a directory of files? ls, chown, chmod, or cls? And here correct answer is ls command. A technician arrives on site to find that two users who have the same model of Android smartphone
All right, if you
are
haven't
having
taken
the
a
same
break,
issue with the
go ahead and take
specific
one.
application.
Yeah.
Whenever they attempt
Go
to
ahead and take
launch the
one.
application, it fails and gives an error message. Which of the following should the technician do first? Update the operating system of the smartphones,
Jesus, go ahead and take your
clear
break.
the application
Brian,
cache,
Elaine,
install
if you
the
hadn't taken one,
application,
get up and stretch your legs.
roll back the application to the earlier version. Here the correct answer is update the operating system of the smartphones. A technician is working on Windows 10 PC that is running slowly. Which of the following commands should the technician use to correct this issue? And here we need to choose two answers. And here the correct two answers is dism and check disk. As check disk, this command checks the file system and file system metadata of volume for logical and physical errors. It can help fix issues that might be causing the PC to run slowly. And dism, the deployment image service and management tool, can be used to repair and prepare Windows images, including the Windows recovery environment, Windows setup, and Windows PE. It can help resolve system corruptions that might be affecting performance. An administrator is setting up Windows Terminal Server. Which of the following settings should the administrator modify to increase the server security? And here also we need to check two correct answers. Enforce a password complexity, use the local client certificate for server authentication, change the default access port, put the terminal server into the router's DMZ, disable logon time restrictions, or block all unsupported ports on the local area network or LAN smart switch. And the correct answer here is enforce a password complexity and change the default access port. Change the default access port. Changing the default port, usually 3389 for RDP or remote desktop protocol, makes it harder for attackers to find and exploit the terminal server. And enforce a password complexity, ensuring strong complex passwords reduce the risk of unauthorized access through brute force attacks. A company has hired a new IT firm to manage its network switches and routers. The firm is geographically separated from the company and will need to be able to securely access these devices. Which of the following will provide the ability to access these devices? Telnet, RDP, VNC, or SSH? And here the correct answer is SSH, Secure Shell. A small office's wireless network was compromised recently by an attacker who brute forced a PIN to gain access. The attackers then modified the DNS settings on the router and spread malware on the entire network. Which of the following configurations most likely allowed the attack to take place? And here also we'll need to choose two options. Guest network, default login, WPS, outdated firmware, TKIP, or WEP. And here correct answers are default login and WPS. Default login, using default login credentials makes it easy for attackers to gain access to the router's settings. And WPS, Wi-Fi protected setup, or WPS, is vulnerable to brute force attacks, allowing attackers to easily gain access to the network. A client wants a technician to create a PC naming conventions that will make the client's PC easier to track and identify while in use. Which of the following naming conventions formats should the technician follow? Domain name location, IP address, domain name location asset ID, MAC address, or location RFID. And here the correct answer is domain name location asset ID, as this format includes the domain name, which helps identify the network the PC belongs to, the location for physical tracking, and the asset ID for unique identification. This combination makes it easier to manage and track PCs within an organization. And question number 17, which of the following provides the best security for the server room? And here we also need to check two. Cable lock, privacy window shades, badge reader, bollard, USB token, or biometric lock. And here the correct answers are badge reader and biometric lock. As badge reader, this allows only authorized personnel to access the server room by scanning their ID badges, ensuring controlled entry. And biometric lock, this provides an additional layer of security by requiring a unique biological trail, like a fingerprint or a retina scan, for access, making it very difficult for unauthorized individuals to gain entry. Which of the following threats uses personalized information in an attempt at obtaining information? Spoofing, spear phishing, impersonation, or whaling? And here correct answer is spear phishing. As spear phishing is a target attempt to steal sensitive information such as account credentials or financial information from a specific individual, often using personalized information to make the attack more convincing. This differs from general phishing, which targets a broader audience. A technician receives an invalid certificate error when visiting website with port 443 enabled. Other computers on the same LAN do not exhibit this symptom. Which of the following needs to be adjusted to fix the issue? User access control, UEFI boot mode, date and time, or logon times? And here the correct answer is date and time, as SSL certificates rely on the correct date and time settings to validate their authenticity. If the date and time on the workstation are incorrect, it can cause certificate errors when accessing website over HTTPS port 443 or 443. Which of the following is the amount of memory a user is limited with a 32-bit version of Windows? 16 GB, 4 GB, 8 GB, or 2 GB? And here the correct answer is 4 GB. As 4 GB, a 32-bit version of Windows can address a maximum of 4 GB of RAM. This limitation is due to the way 32-bit system allocate memory addresses. A technician is working at the help desk firm and receives a call from a user who has experienced repeated PSODS. The technician is scheduled to take a break just after the call comes in. Which of the following is the best choice for the technician to make? Troubleshoot the issue for the user, ask another technician to take the call, politely ask the user to call back, put the user on hold and troubleshoot after the scheduled break, input the issue as a ticket and escalate to tier 2. And the correct answer here is ask another technician to take the call. The best choice for the technician in this scenario is ask another technician to take the call. This ensures that the user's issue is addressed promptly without delay, which is crucial for resolving repeated PSODS or blue screen of death that can significantly disrupt the user's work. It also allows the technician to take their scheduled break without compromising the quality of support provided to the user. A user's phone contains customer's PII. The user can have the phone automatically wiped because the data is very valuable. Which of the following is the best method of securing the phone? PIN lock, fingerprint lock, passcode lock, or swipe lock? And correct answer here is fingerprint lock. The best method for securing the phone in this scenario is a fingerprint lock. Fingerprint locks provide a high level of security because they are unique to the individual and difficult to replicate. This method ensures that only the authorized user can access the phone, protecting the valuable customer PII or personally identifiable information. Which of the following devices are most likely to have a grounding wire attached to them based on the manufacturer's design? And choose to: desktop printer, patch panel, server rack, PoE phone, UPS, or modem. And here the correct answer is server rack and UPS. UPS and server racks, these devices typically require grounding to ensure safety and proper operation. Grounding helps protect against electrical faults and reduces the risk of electricity shock or damage to the equipment. A technician has just finished installing a secondary operating system on a workstation. After rebooting the computer, the technician receives the following error: no OS found. The technician confirms the boot.ini file is correct. Which of the following is the most likely causing this error? The computer has grub legacy installed, Windows startup services are not running, an unsupported version of Windows is installed, and an incompatible partition is marked as active. And the correct answer here is an incompatible partition is marked as active. This issue can occur if the partition that is set as active is not the one containing the bootable operating system, leading to the system being unable to find the operating system during startup. A technician is installing a private PC in a public workspace. Which of the following password practices should the technician implement on the PC to secure network access? Remove the guest account from the administrator's group, require authentication on wake up, disable single sign-on, issue a default strong password for all users. And here the correct answer is require authentication on wake up. The best practice for securing network access in this scenario is require authentication on wake up. This ensures that the PC is protected when it wakes from sleep or hibernation, preventing unauthorized access. Joey, an employee, took a company-issued Windows laptop home, but he is having trouble connecting to any of the shared hosts on his home media server. Joey has verified he is connected to the internet. Which of the following would explain why Joey cannot access his personal shares? An IP conflict is present, a firewall exception must be set, a corporate VPN is enabled, a home group must be enabled. And here the correct answer is a corporate VPN is enabled. The most likely reason Joey cannot access his personal shares is that a corporate VPN is enabled. When a corporate VPN is active, it can route all network traffic through the corporate network, which might block access to a local network resources like Joey's home media server. A user believes there is a virus on a laptop. The user installs additional real-time protection antivirus software, but is now experiencing extremely slow performance on the laptop. Which of the following should the technician do to resolve the issue and avoid recurrence? Uninstall one antivirus software program and install a different one. Run OS updates. Remove the user installed antivirus software. Enable the quarantine feature on both antivirus software programs. Activate real-time protection on both antivirus software programs. And here the correct answer is remove the user installed antivirus software, as the best course of action is to remove the user installed antivirus software. Running multiple real-time protection antivirus programs simultaneously can cause significant performance issues due to resource conflicts and high memory usage. A user who is running Windows XP calls a technician to upgrade the computer to a newer Windows operating system. The user states that the computer has only 1 GB of RAM and 16 GB of hard drive space with 1.7 GHz processor. Which of the following operating systems should a technician recommend to ensure the best performance on this computer? Windows 10, Windows 8.1, Windows 8 or Windows 7? And the correct answer here is Windows 7. As given the hardware specifications, 1 GB of RAM, 16 GB of hard drive space and 1.7 GHz processor, the best option for ensuring optimal performance would be Windows 7, as Windows 7 requires at least 1 GB of RAM, 16 GB of hard drive space and 1 GHz processor, making it more likely to run smoothly on older hardware. And next question 29. Joy, a customer, has informed a Tier 2 help desk technicians that a computer will not boot up. After about 10 minutes of troubleshooting, Joy is increasingly concerned and claims that the technician is wasting his time because he has already tried everything that has been suggested. Which of the following should the technician do? Record the call and send it to the local intranet for future technicians to learn how to deal with calls like this one. Ask more open-ended questions to see if the issue can be narrowed down in order to properly identify the issue and save time. Since Joy is concerned about time, suggest calling back later when Joy has more time to trouble. Log in once and gain access to multiple applications without needing to re-enter their credentials for each application. A technician is setting up a kiosk. The technician needs to ensure the kiosk is secure and users will have access to only the application needed for a customer interaction. A technician must also ensure that whenever the computer is rebooted or powered on, it logs in automatically without a password. Which of the following account types would the technician most likely set up on this kiosk machine? Administrator, a remote desktop user, power user, or guest? And the correct answer here is guest. The account type that the technician would most likely set up on the kiosk machine is a guest. A guest account is typically used for situations like kiosks where you want to provide limited access to specific applications and ensure security. Additionally, it can be configured to log in automatically without requiring a password, which is ideal for kiosk setup. A technician has been asked to recommend antivirus software for a home PC, but the user doesn't want to pay for a license. Which of the following license types should the technician recommend? Personal license, open license, corporate license, or enterprise license? And here the correct answer is open license. As an open license typically refers to software that is freely available for use, often including free antivirus solutions. This would be suitable for a user who does not want to pay for a license. A Joy, a system administrator, is setting up a risk management plan for the IT department. Part of the plan is to take daily backups for all servers. These server backups will be saved locally to NAS. Which of the following can Joy do to ensure the backups will work if needed? Set up alerts to let administrators know when backups fail. Store copies of the backups off-site in a secure data center. Frequently restores the servers from backup files and test them. Set up scripts that automatically run failed backup jobs. Or configure the backups to restore them to virtual machines for quickly recovery. And here the correct answer is frequently restores the servers from backup files and tests them. And next question, a Soho or small office, home office customer has recently experienced a major hurricane. The customer has no backups and has lost all data and hardware associated with the company. The customer calls the contractor to assist in the rebuilding process and needs suggestions on the best way to prevent this from happening again. Which of the following recommendations should the contractor give to the customer? Choose two options: local storage backups, cloud storage, waterproof devices, data recovery, backup testing, or hot site. And here the correct answers is cloud storage and hot site. As cloud storage, storing data in the cloud ensures that it is safe from physical damage caused by the natural disasters. Cloud storage provides off-site backups, which are crucial for data recovery in such events. And a hot site is fully operational off-site data center that can take over operation almost immediately after disaster. This ensures minimal downtime and continuity of business operations. A technician is running updates on Windows PC. Some of the updates install properly, while others appear as failed. While troubleshooting, the technician restarts the PC and attempts to install the failed updates again. The updates continue to fail. Which of the following is the first option to check? Look at the system event viewer to find more information on the failure. Visit the Microsoft Update website to see if there is an issue with a specific update. Download the failed update to install manually. Look up the error number associated with the failed update. Here the correct answer is look at the system event viewer to find more information on the failure. As the event viewer can provide detailed logs and error messages that can help identify the root cause of the update failures. This information is crucial for effective troubleshooting and can guide the technician on the next steps to take. A technician needs to edit protected.dll file but cannot find the file in the System32 directory. Which of the following control panel utilities should the technician use? Folder options, display, system, or indexing options? And here the correct answer is folder options. By accessing folder options, the technician can enable the visibility of hidden files and protected operating system files, which might be why the .dll file is not visible in the System32 directory. A technician has identified malware on the user's system. Which of the following should the technician do next according to malware removal best practices? Move the infected system to a lab with no network connectivity. Educate the user about how to avoid malware in the future. Enable system restore and create restore point so no data is lost. Or update the antivirus software and run full system scan. And here the correct answer is move the infected system to lab with no network connectivity. As isolating the infected system prevents the malware from spreading to other devices on the network. Once isolated, the technician can proceed with further steps like updating antivirus software and running full system scan. Question 38. A user Windows laptop has become consistently slower over time. A technician checks the CPU utilization and sees that it varies between 95% and 100%. After the technician closes some running applications, the CPU utilization drops to approximately 20%, and the laptop runs much faster. The next day, the same user calls again with the same problem. Which of the following is a tool the technician can use to resolve the issue? msconfig, perfmon, task manager, or mstsc? And here the correct answer is perfmon. Perform can help identify which processes or applications are causing the high CPU usage over time. By setting up performance counters and monitoring the system, the technician can pinpoint the root cause of the issue and take appropriate action to resolve it. A user is requesting a solution that will prevent file corruption and ensures a graceful shutdown while providing at least 1 hour of uptime in case of extreme weather conditions. Which of the following should the technician recommend? Surge protector, power disruption unit, uninterruptible power supply, or power strip? And here the correct answer is uninterruptible power supply. The best option to prevent file corruption, ensure a graceful shutdown, and provide at least 1 hour of uptime during extreme weather conditions is uninterruptible power supply. And question number 40, last question. Which of the following installation types would require use of an answer file to install the operating system? Clean, upgrade, unattended, or repair? And here the correct answer is unattended. The installation type that requires the use of an answer file to install the operating system is unattended. An answer file automates the installation process by providing all necessary configuration settings, allowing the operating system to be installed without user intervention. So yes guys, here you go. 40 questions for Core 2 for CompTIA Plus exam. And if you found this video useful, leave a like, share this video, subscribe to the channel. If you have any questions, leave them in comments, and see you in the next one. Hello guys and welcome to TechWolf. If you find this video useful or entertaining, please consider subscribing and liking this video. And now let's get into it. Hello and welcome back to TechWolf. In this video we will be going through 50 questions, and most of these questions will be related to CompTIA Plus Core 1 hardware, as hardware is one of the biggest topics on CompTIA Plus Core 1 test. So no further ado guys, and let's get into it. First question is, a user is attempting to install a new application but receives an error stating insufficient privileges. What is the most likely solution? Update the application, run as administrator, reinstall the operating system, replace the hard drive, or disable antivirus software. And correct answer here is run as administrator. Running the application as administrator grants the necessary privileges to install it. As reinstalling the operating system is not necessary for this issue, a hard drive replacement is irrelevant here, and updating the application wouldn't resolve permissions issue. And disabling antivirus software is unlikely to help in this scenario. Next question is, a user notices their laptop battery is not charging even though it is plugged in. What is the most likely issue? Corrupted operating system, overheating CPU or central processing unit, low battery health, faulty charging cable, or incorrect drivers. And here the correct answer is faulty charging cable, as faulty charging cable is common cause of a laptop not charging. A corrupt operating system wouldn't directly affect charging. A low battery health wouldn't affect the battery's lifespan, but it should still charge. An overheating CPU could cause performance issues but wouldn't affect charging. Incorrect drivers wouldn't affect battery charging. Next question is, a user reports their computer randomly freezes during use. Which of the following is the most likely cause? Overheating GPU, insufficient RAM, low disk space, weak Wi-Fi signal, or corrupted operating system? And correct answer here is overheating GPU, as an overheating GPU can cause system freezes and crashes, especially during graphic intensive tasks. A weak Wi-Fi signal wouldn't affect network connectivity and will not cause the system to freeze. Insufficient RAM wouldn't cause slow performance and not necessarily freezing. Low disk space typically causes performance issues but not freezing. A corrupted operating system might cause crashes, but overheating hardware is more common for freezes. Next question is, a user reports that their wireless mouse is not working. What is the most likely solution? Reinstall the wireless driver, update the operating system, adjust the screen resolution, replace the batteries, or replace the mouse. The correct answer here is replace the batteries, as Dead or weak batteries in a wireless mouse are the most common cause of it not working. Replacing the mouse is only necessary if it's confirmed faulty. Updating the operating system is unnecessary for a mouse issue. Screen resolution adjustments wouldn't affect the mouse. And reinstalling the driver is only necessary if there is a driver issue, but dead batteries are more likely. A technician is installing new SSD in a desktop, but the system does not affect the drive. What is the most likely cause? Loose power connection, incorrect RAM size, failed CPU, corrupted operating system, or faulty monitor. The correct answer here is loose power connection. A loose power connection to the SSD would prevent it from being detected by the system. A corrupted operating system would not prevent hardware detection in the BIOS. Incorrect RAM would affect system performance, not drive detection. A failed CPU would prevent the entire system from functioning. And faulty monitor affects display, not drive detection. Question number 6. A user is unable to access the internet, but other devices on the same network work fine. What is the most likely cause? Incorrect network settings, corrupted operating system, outdated browser, faulty RAM, or ISP outage? And correct answer here is incorrect network settings, as incorrect network settings on the user's device could prevent internet access. If other devices are working, the ISP is not the issue. A corrupted operating system would cause broader issues, not just network problems. Faulty RAM would cause system instability, not just network access issues. And an outdated browser might cause website issues, but not total network access failure. Question number 7. A user is experiencing low frame rates while gaming. What is the most likely cause? Failing hard drive, low disk space, bad Wi-Fi signal, underpowered GPU, incorrect display resolution. And correct answer here is underpowered GPU. And an underpowered GPU will struggle to render games at high frame rates. Display resolution may affect performance, but is not the root cause of low frame rates. Low disk space affects system performance, not gaming. Graphic performance in offline gaming, and a failing hard drive can cause broader system issues than just low frame rates. Next question. After setting up a new desktop, a user reports that the system is making a beep sounds but does not boot. What is the most likely issue? Faulty RAM, low disk space, corrupted operating system, bad Ethernet cable, incorrect display settings. And correct answer here is faulty RAM, as beeping sounds during boot often indicate a RAM issue. Display settings wouldn't prevent booting or cause beeping. A corrupted operating system would display errors but not beep. Low disk space wouldn't prevent the system from booting, and Ethernet cable is unrelated to the boot process. Next question. A technician installs a new sound card in desktop, but no sound is coming from the speakers. What is the most likely cause? Corrupted operating system, sound card drivers not installed, bad speaker connection, incompatible RAM, faulty power supply. And correct answer here is sound card drivers not installed. As without the correct sound card drivers, the system will not output audio. A faulty power supply would cause broader issues than just audio. A corrupted operating system would affect more than just sound. A bad speaker connection might be the issue, but drivers are more likely after new hardware installation. Incompatible RAM would cause system instability, but not audio issues. Question number 10. A user installs new software and afterward the computer keeps crashing. What is the most likely cause? Weak Wi-Fi signal, loose RAM, faulty hard drive, bad GPU, software compatibility issues. And correct answer here is software compatibility issues. As compatibility issues with newly installed software can cause system instability and crashes. A faulty hard drive would cause boot issues or data loss, not necessarily crashes after software installation. A bad GPU would affect graphics, not general system crashes. Loose RAM would prevent the system from booting or cause the other issues, but it wouldn't be directly related to the software installation. And weak Wi-Fi wouldn't cause system crashes. Question number 11. A technician notices that PC is making loud noise and the fan speed is very high. What is the most likely cause? Loose cables, failed power supply, overheating components, bad RAM, or corrupted BIOS? And correct answer here is overheating components, as high fan speed and noise are typically a response to overheating components. Loose cables might cause system instability, but they wouldn't cause loud fan noise. A corrupted BIOS would cause boot issues, not high fan speeds. A failed power supply caused the system to shut down, not increase fan activity. And bad RAM would cause crashes or boot failures, not loud fan noise. And question number 12. A technician is replacing a failed hard drive in a laptop. After installing a new hard drive, what is the next step? Install more RAM, reset the CMOS, update the BIOS, reinstall the operating system, or reconnect the Wi-Fi card. And the correct answer here is reinstall the operating system. After replacing the hard drive, the operating system needs to be reinstalled. Updating the BIOS is not necessary after hard drive replacement, and the Wi-Fi card would not have been disconnected during this process. Installing more RAM is unrelated to hard drive replacement, and resetting the CMOS is unnecessary unless there are BIOS issues. And next question, a user's monitor displays no signal. Even though the computer is turned on, what is the most likely issue? Outdated drivers, faulty CPU, bad network card, corrupted operating system, loose video cable. And correct answer here is loose video cable, as loose video cable would prevent the monitor from receiving a signal. A corrupted operating system would affect booting but wouldn't cause a no signal message. A bad network card would affect internet connectivity, not the monitor display. And faulty CPU would prevent the system from powering on, and outdated drivers would affect performance but wouldn't cause the no signal error. Next question is, a user complains that their computer is running very slow. What is the most likely cause? Loose power cable, incorrect BIOS settings, insufficient RAM, faulty monitor, or bad network card? The correct answer here is insufficient RAM, as insufficient RAM can cause the computer to run slowly due to a lack of memory. A faulty monitor would affect display, not performance. A bad network card would affect internet connectivity, not overall speed. A loose power cable would prevent the computer from turning on, and incorrect BIOS settings might cause boot issues but not necessarily slow performance. So next question is question 15, and the user's computer is not connecting to the Wi-Fi network. What is the most likely issue? Faulty hard drive, loose video cable, disabled Wi-Fi adapter, corrupted operating system, or bad RAM? And correct answer here is disabled Wi-Fi adapter, as disabled Wi-Fi adapter would prevent the computer from connecting to the Wi-Fi. A faulty hard drive would affect storage, not Wi-Fi connectivity. A loose video cable would affect display, not a Wi-Fi. A corrupted operating system might cause various issues, but not specifically Wi-Fi connectivity. A bad RAM would affect performance, not Wi-Fi connectivity. A user reports that their printer is printing blank pages. What is the most likely cause? Faulty monitor, empty ink cartridge, corrupted operating system, bad network card, and loose power cable. When in your CompTIA Plus exam you have questions like these, I would highly recommend you to go through all answers and think about those answers which doesn't relate to the question which have been asked, and ignore those answers which you think that are most unrelated to this particular question which is asked, because you will have many tricky questions like this on CompTIA A Plus exam, and leave only those answers which are most related to the question which have been asked, as that will be the most probable answer to that particular question. And here, correct answer is empty ink cartridge. An empty ink cartridge would result in blank pages being printed. A bad network card would affect connectivity, not printing. A loose power cable would prevent the printer from turning on. A faulty monitor would affect display, not printing. A corrupted operating system might cause various issues, but not specifically blank pages. A user computer is not booting up. What is the most likely cause? Faulty power supply, loose video cable, corrupted operating system, bad network card, outdated drivers. And correct answer here is faulty power supply, as faulty power supply would prevent the computer from booting up. A bad network card would affect connectivity, not booting. A loose video cable would affect display, not booting. A corrupted operating system might cause boot issues, but not necessarily prevent booting. And outdated drivers would affect performance, but not prevent booting. Question number 18. A technician is installing a new hard drive and wants to ensure that it boots properly. Which steps should be done first? Partition the hard drive, set the drive as a primary boot device in BIOS, format the hard drive, check for malware, or install the operating system. The correct answer here is set the drive as a primary boot device in BIOS. The system needs to boot from the correct device, and setting the hard drives as the primary boot device in the BIOS ensures this. Installing the operating system is necessary, but the BIOS boot order comes first. Formatting comes after the drive is recognized as the boot device. Partitioning is required but happens later in the process, and checking for malware is irrelevant to drive installation. And question number 19. A user is reporting poor Wi-Fi connectivity in their home. What should the technician check first? BIOS settings, ISP account status, printer connection, Ethernet cable, or router placement. Router placement, as router placement is crucial for ensuring a strong Wi-Fi signal. An Ethernet cable is not relevant for Wi-Fi. ISP or Internet Service Provider account status could affect the service but not signal strength specifically. BIOS settings don't affect Wi-Fi connectivity, and the printer connection is unrelated to the Wi-Fi signal. A user cannot access certain websites but can access others. What is the most likely cause? Damaged network cable, faulty RAM, low disk space, DNS issues, or failed hard drive. And correct answer here is DNS issues, as DNS issues can cause a user to fail to access specific websites. A failed hard drive would prevent the system from the functioning. Faulty RAM would lead to system instability, not selective website issues. Low disk space would slow the system but not cause this issue. A damaged network cable would affect all internet access, not just some websites. And question number 21. A technician is installing GPU in a gaming PC or graphical processing unit or video card, and what must be considered before installation? Wi-Fi card installation, printer compatibility, power supply wattage, USB port compatibility, or screen resolution. And correct answer here is power supply wattage. The power supply must be adequate to support the power requirements of the new GPU. USB ports are irrelevant to the GPU installation. Screen resolution is an output of the GPU but isn't critical during the installation. Printers are unrelated to the GPU installations, and the Wi-Fi card is not connected when installing a GPU. A laptop is running but the screen remains blank after boot. What is the most likely cause? Faulty display cable, failed hard drive, bad RAM, overheating CPU, or incorrect boot sequence? And correct answer here is faulty display cable. A faulty display cable would prevent the screen from showing anything, even if the system is running. A bad RAM would prevent the system from booting altogether. A failed hard drive would still allow the BIOS to display, and an incorrect boot sequence would show an error message, not a blank screen. An overheating CPU would cause shutdown, not a blank screen. A user cannot connect to the network with an Ethernet cable, but Wi-Fi works fine. What is the most likely issue? Outdated BIOS, low disk space, faulty network card, bad Ethernet cable, or incorrect IP settings? And correct answer here is incorrect IP settings, as incorrect IP settings could prevent a wired connection while Wi-Fi still works. If the network card were faulty, neither Ethernet nor Wi-Fi would work. A bad Ethernet cable would prevent any connection at all, and the BIOS is not relevant to network connectivity, and low disk space wouldn't affect network connection. A user is experiencing frequent blue screens on their desktop. Which of the following is the most likely cause? Overheating CPU, corrupted browser, full hard drive, weak Wi-Fi signal, incorrect display settings. And correct answer here is overheating CPU, as overheating can cause system instability and frequent blue screens. A corrupted browser would cause web issues, not system crashes. A full hard drive could slow the system but wouldn't lead to blue screens. Display settings would not cause system crashes, and Wi-Fi signal issues do not cause blue screens. After installing a new monitor, the display is very dim. What should the technician check first? Display cable connection, monitor brightness settings, graphics card, power supply, or operating system? And correct answer here is monitor brightness settings, as brightness settings should be checked first if the display is dim. The power supply would affect the entire system, not just the monitor's brightness. A loose cable could cause no display, not a dim one. The operating system wouldn't cause a dim display issue, and the graphics card affects display output but wouldn't likely cause dimness alone. A user connects a new printer to their computer, but it does not appear in the printer list. What should be checked first? Display resolution, power supply, BIOS settings, printer drivers, or RAM configuration? The correct answer here is printer drivers. Installing the proper drivers ensures the printer will be recognized by the system. Display resolution is unrelated to printer functionality, and BIOS settings don't affect printer installation. And the power supply wouldn't prevent printer from being detected. And the RAM configuration is unrelated to printers. A technician is upgrading a user's laptop RAM. After installation, the laptop fails to boot. What is the most likely cause? Faulty screen, outdated drivers, bad power supply, corrupted hard drive, or incompatible RAM? And the correct answer here is incompatible RAM. If the RAM is incompatible, the system will not boot properly. A corrupted hard drive would allow the system to reach the BIOS. A bad power supply would prevent the laptop from powering on at all. A faulty screen wouldn't stop the system from booting, and outdated drivers would cause issues after boot, not prevent it. A technician installs a new SSD in a laptop, but it is not recognized by the system. What should be checked first? Display settings, printer drivers, firewall settings, BIOS password, or SATA cable connection. And the correct answer here is SATA cable connection, as SATA cable must be properly connected for the SSD to be recognized. Display settings are irrelevant to storage drives. Printer drivers wouldn't affect an SSD installation. Firewall settings do not affect SSD detection, and the BIOS password does not prevent hardware detection. And question number 29. A technician is troubleshooting a desktop that randomly shuts down. Which of the following is the most likely cause? Full hard drive, outdated display drivers, overheating CPU, incorrect boot order, or bad printer connection. And correct answer here is overheating CPU. An overheating CPU can cause random shutdowns to protect the system. Outdated display drivers would cause display issues, not shutdowns. Printer connection issues wouldn't cause system shutdowns. And boot order affects startup, not shutdown. A full hard drive would slow performance but not cause shutdowns. Question 30. A user cannot connect to the internet, but other devices on the network work fine. What should the technician check first? CPU temperature, sound settings, display drivers, network adapter settings, or printer connection. And correct answer here is network adapter settings. Incorrect network adapter settings can prevent internet access on one device. Display drivers affect video output, not network connectivity. Printer connection is unrelated to internet access, and CPU temperature doesn't affect internet connectivity. Sound settings are irrelevant to this issue. Question 31. A user connects an external monitor to their laptop, but the display is blank. What should the technician check first? Display settings on the laptop, printer connection, BIOS settings, hard drive status, or power supply. And correct answer here is display settings on the laptop. The laptop display settings may need to be configured to extend or mirror the screen. And BIOS settings are unlikely to affect external display functionality. The power supply wouldn't affect external monitor display unless the laptop isn't powering up at all. And hard drive status is unrelated to display output. The printer connection is also irrelevant to monitor output. And question 32. A technician replaces laptop battery, but the system still does not hold a charge. What is the most likely cause? Incorrect RAM, outdated operating system, incompatible screen, malware infection, or faulty power adapter. And the correct answer here is faulty power adapter. A faulty power adapter could prevent the laptop from charging properly even with a new battery. RAM wouldn't affect battery performance, and the operating system version doesn't affect battery charging. Malware doesn't directly influence battery charging issues, and screen is unrelated to the charging problems. A desktop PC shows a no boot device found after being moved to a new location. What is the most likely cause? Overheating CPU, incorrect screen resolution, loose SATA cable, outdated graphics card, or missing printer drivers. And correct answer here is loose SATA cable. The SATA cable may have come loose during the move, preventing the hard drive from being detected. The screen resolution doesn't affect the boot process, and printer drivers are unrelated to the boot devices. Overheating could cause a shutdown, but not this error. The graphics card wouldn't cause a no boot device error. And question 34. A laptop keyboard is unresponsive, but an external USB keyboard works fine. What is the most likely cause? A corrupted operating system, bad RAM, BIOS misconfiguration, faulty laptop keyboard, or malware infection. And the correct answer here is faulty laptop keyboard. If If an external keyboard works but the built-in one does not, the laptop keyboard is likely faulty. A corrupted operating system would affect all input devices, not just the laptop keyboard, and bad RAM would cause more general system instability, and BIOS settings would affect both keyboards, where malware wouldn't affect only the laptop keyboard. And question number 35. A user reports that their desktop fan is extremely loud even when the system is idle. What should the technician check first? CPU temperature, faulty hard drive, network settings, display drivers, or loose cables? And correct answer here is CPU temperature. A high CPU temperature can cause the fan to run at high speeds to cool the system. A faulty hard drive would cause performance issues, not fan noise. Loose cables wouldn't typically cause fan noise, and display drivers don't affect fan behavior. Network settings are unrelated to the system cooling. And question number 36. A desktop computer is not powering on. The power cable is plugged in and the power outlet is working. What is the most likely issue? A corrupted BIOS, insufficient RAM, faulty power supply,
Okay, everybody, it is lunchtime.
or bad hard drive?
Don't forget to
And
crack
correct
up.
answer here is faulty power supply. A faulty power supply would prevent the computer from turning on. Corrupted BIOS would prevent booting but not power on. Drivers only affect the system after it's booted. A bad hard drive wouldn't stop the system from powering on. An efficient RAM would cause errors but wouldn't prevent the system from powering on. And question number 37. A user is unable to connect their Bluetooth headset to a laptop. What should the technician check first? Internet connection, Bluetooth is enabled on the laptop, network drivers, hard drive status, and USB ports. The correct answer here is Bluetooth is enabled on the laptop. Ensuring Bluetooth is enabled in the first step in the troubleshooting